Lasso Kuzuzanghola, good morning everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the conference on operationalizing gross national happiness in Bhutan and beyond. I hope you all slept well, ate well, and woke up happier. Because if not, I'm sure the sessions we have lined up today might just do that trick. Yesterday was full of rich conversations for those of you all who sat through the day yesterday. We had deep reflections to daring ideas, and today we will build on to that momentum. Before we begin, a small public service announcement to all the speakers and moderators especially. Let's try to keep on time today, and we have a screen on the right, speakers and moderators. The screen will have the timers, so your session, the presenters will have 20 minutes. When you have the panel moderation, it will have 45 minutes, so you'll see the time counting down. So that's your cue. Please make sure, and also be sure to remind you all about the session timings as well. And because see, yesterday we had to squeeze a lot during lunch breaks and tea breaks, and I do not like taking time off someone's tea and lunch break. So let's keep things on time today. And now, to help us ease into the day, I want to invite Andrew Shang, the director of Georgetown Institute of Open and Advanced Studies, to give us a short and sharp recap of day 1 that was yesterday.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellencies, Your Holiness, distinguished guests and friends. Yesterday was quite a journey. It was a celebration of the twin birthdays of His Majesty the King and the spiritual leader. And the whole purpose of this celebration was to walk a journey into new paths that were set by His Majesty, gross national happiness. Now, yesterday you heard a lot, and there was a lot of information, somewhat overload. What I'm trying to do here literally in less than 5 minutes is to set the tone on what we are trying to do. Now, Her Majesty had already set out, the journey ahead, in a sense. And it is about co-sharing. Enlightenment is sharing. And every one of us is on this path. Now, yesterday what you heard was there, like for example, the global, social stock exchange, new ideas, new not just to the people in this audience, but new to 99.9% of the world. So it will take time for these ideas to be digested. We are not trying to push these ideas to Bhutan. Let me put it this way. It is something for you to consider. Does it meet your needs or does it not meet your needs? Only by ingesting, only when you feel that is the right thing to do or not the right thing to do, that is an enlightened step forward. So yesterday what we really heard also, many visions, many experiments, all these are paths towards something that each one of you feel is your happiness. Last night as I was reflecting on this, I was reflecting on what is happiness for me personally. And for me personally, it was to eat the fried rice fried by my mother, my late mother. Now, as all of you, fried rice is very simple. It's just rice, salt, a little bit of soy sauce, onions, and then you add whatever you want. But the thing you must remember is that nobody fries fried rice the same way. And so what I really try to say is we all have to walk our own paths. But the fact that I ate the fried rice that my mother made brought this smile before me because it was the love she put into the fried rice. So the point we're trying to say is, today's is really the journey. You have to pick the ingredients to make your own fried rice, to make your dream, okay? And we cannot make that dream for you. And the point is, no person has the identical happiness, because to each person, that happiness is a different one. And so how we find this, then we need to set this through. The journey we have is that we have this box on the left-hand side called the GDP balance sheet. And we have seen in many parts of the world, if that balance sheet is not managed properly, raw capitalism will eat you alive. It destroys the earth, it makes people unequal. And many of us are unhappy with it. And on the right-hand side of that balance sheet is this gross national happiness, which His Majesty has brought forth. Okay? When His Majesty said it, he had his vision, but that vision needs to be made into a reality. And that reality is us co-walking together to that journey. So that's yesterday, you heard this right from the last panel, which I was really moved. These bright young Bhutanese influencers, media, were saying, you preach to them all the old ideas. The young one says, not interested. 6 seconds, I'm flipping somewhere else. But if we feed them all these old TikTok, if I may say, algorithms, the future may be totally beyond what you think. Right? But that is their choice. Therefore the older ones there is thinking, how do we guide, how do we balance between the happiness and the money, right? And that's a really difficult balance. So what are we trying to do today, right? 1 minute. What we're trying to do today is now to bring into this idea of technology. The breakthrough for the whole world, from both the capitalists and the gross national happiness, or whoever, understands that technology is the new tool. It is a tool that enables us to scale up very fast, right? But it could also be a very dangerous tool. Like a knife, it can be used to do good, but it can also be used to do bad. And so these are some of the issues that we will discuss today. But at the same time, we have wonderful people, like the first panel, who will share with you how they walk that journey, and maybe from their lessons, their life lessons, how do we walk together? So I can't remember the exact quotation by this very famous Spanish philosopher. He said, walking, my friend, is the journey and maybe the destiny. Thank you very much indeed.
I must myself love good fried rice. I could listen to Andrew all day and not get tired. That's the power with which he delivers his talks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we begin day 2 with a session that takes us to the high mountains of Ladakh. Feel the clean, crisp, thin air of Ladakh already. In Ladakh, education is not just confined to classrooms. It is shaped by the land, the people, their values. Presenting today are 2 remarkable change makers. Sonomonchu, engineer and education reformist, is known for transforming Ladakh's schooling through SECMO and for his innovations like the ice stupa. I'm sure most of you have seen the ice stupa. He also co-founded the Himalayan Institute of Alternatives in Ladakh. And joining him is Gitanjali J. Ongmo, an educator and entrepreneur whose work at HIAL blends creativity, sustainability, and deep community roots to reshape how and why we learn. This presentation by the 2 of them will explore how place-based and holistic learning can build resilience and relevance in education systems. I'd like to now first invite Sonomochu, sir, for your part of the presentation. A gentle reminder, both of you two only have 20 minutes in total.
Thank you. Kuzuksan Pula, Chule, as we greet in Ladakh. So I bring warm greetings from a cold and snowy trans-Himalayan Ladakh to a rainy green Bhutan. So, Chule. Talking about contextual, place-based education, I find it strange that we have to talk about it. It's a no-brainer. Education should be for the place, for the people where they are. Yet it is not a no-brainer if we look into who and why the education system was designed. If it was for the well-being of the people, then it will definitely be around the people, centered around the people. But unfortunately, modern education or modern industrial education was designed around industrial revolution in England. And then when it comes to countries like India, it was designed to suit their needs, and therefore context, place, needs were not as important as running the machinery. It's not just about India receiving this from England. Within Britain also, when industrial revolution was happening, people moved from every part of England to Liverpool, Manchester, Birmingham, industrial centers, or Glasgow, from all the hills. And all these people from everywhere, nobody would bother about addressing each one's needs. It was more a training and grooming of the slaves for the masters. Whether it is an industrialist in England for rural England or India for Britain. And when that happens, you centralize and make it most efficient for your industry and not for the people who are to be educated. And therefore, I find it a no-brainer, yet strange that decades after colonial rules have gone, we continue the same. We talk of centralized boards of education, central universities. These things irk me to no end. Why should it be central boards and central universities when it is about solving problems? It is remedies to melodies, when melodies are so different from the cold, high-altitude deserts of Ladakh to the low, hot deserts of Rajasthan, to coastal Kerala, to rainy Himalayan Bhutan or Meghalaya. How can it be central? The melodies are so different. How can the remedies be centralized? If you have headache, you take pills for that. If you have knees aching, you take for that. You can't have one centralized medicine for all maladies. And therefore, it's a no-brainer. So education for who is the question here? Are we educating for the people for their well-being or for an industrial system? Even these little kindergartens we look at smilingly, I see them as a means towards the industrial objectives. You know, little children from 3, 4 putting in these systems when they could be best placed in the laps of their grandmothers and grandparents. These were, I don't think, meant for the children. These were meant for the industrialists who wanted their parents to work from 8 to 6, and these children were a problem in that. And to optimize the labor of the economics, they invented these kindergartens to keep the children away from the hair of the labor force. So who it is for is therefore more a question. I've been observing Bhutan's educational journey for many decades, from 93 onwards. I've seen the new approach to primary education, NAEP, and further developments, many good steps. And in my first visit in 93, I think, one of the things I was happy to see as a young education reformer in Ladakh, when I asked them about what about primary education, they had NAEP, new approach to primary education. And what about pre-primary education? They said, we don't have. And someone said, well, our families are so good, our grandparents take good care of their children. And that's the best pre-primary education you can imagine. That was the best system. It was not that we don't have a pre-primary. We are not a broken society yet. Our families live together and grandparents take care of grandchildren. Imagine, in the name of modern education, you uproot these little children from the laps of the grandparents who are there. It's not Liverpool or Manchester. And yet you do it in the rural areas of Bhutan or Ladakh, uproot the children. Children are unhappy in a so-called school where teachers are not as kind as their grandparents, and therefore crying all day. And the grandparents are crying all day because they are lonely without their grandchildren. So this is what we have made of the education system. Now, more we understand if we look at education for what. Again, from England, I think it came, when I would explore what is learning and education, people would tell me the 3 R's, it's basic education, 3 R's. And 3 R's, if you ask, reading, writing, and arithmetic, all to do with head alone. Head, head, head. And they don't even start with R to say 3 R's, so you can imagine who invented it. Anyway, head, just educating the head is not enough for a whole human being to bloom. And therefore, in Ladakh, we started saying it shouldn't be just making them, clever mathematicians and scientists with a huge ego and arrogance, but rather we should have head as good as anybody in the world, but also skilled hands, the second edge of hands, which our parents are better than us. Our grandparents are even better. If we are a step ahead in these skills also, then we could say we are educated. But skills of the hands, again, is also not enough. You could be the most skilled pickpocket, and that's skills of the hand, and very bright head it takes, until you have a kind, compassionate heart. So more than 3 R's, we thought we need 3 H's, head, hands, and heart. Later, we were most pleasantly surprised that Mahatma Gandhi, 100 years ago, was advocating for the same. But heart, a compassionate heart, will make sure that the hands and the head go in the right direction. The world can never be a bad place if the heart is in the right place. But again, the heart doesn't serve the industry. Actually, none of the schools address the education of the heart. And if they did, it may bring down the efficiencies in their system. I don't know if it is on purpose or out of ignorance. They don't address educating a kind, compassionate heart in every child to see a kind, compassionate world. So anyway, I'll just start with this. Gitanjali, who heads the Himalayan Institute of Alternatives, will share with images this same concept being in action in Ladakh in a small effort in an alternative school and in an alternative university. So she'll take it from 3 H's and beyond. Thank you, Gitanjali.
Good morning and namaste. I thought I'll do away with the lectern, so there's more conversation. And I decided to do the PPT because 10 minutes is a very short time and a picture speaks 1,000 words. So I'll go straight to the point. So we'll quickly look at the purpose of education. For what? As Sonam was saying. Is it skills to learn earns one livelihood? Is it social awareness towards better citizenship? Is it intelligence and character, as Martin Luther King says? Is it embarking on a path of self-discovery? Intuitively, we know it is all of the above. But somehow the education system today is focused on just the first one. And that too, it does not do a good job because it does not teach kids how to learn. So if we have to achieve all these objectives, I propose 5 pillars of education for the future that will take care of the needs of the 21st century, of the world, the community, and the human being. The mother of Sri Aurobindo Ashram says that an aimless life is a miserable life, and on the quality of your aim will depend on the quality of your life. So your aim has to be high and wide, noble and generous and disinterested. But the education system teaches us the opposite of this: competitive, selfish, seeking your own interests. And the presentation is based on Sonam's 30 years of experience as an educator running SecMol, my own journey of following Sri Aurobindo's integral education, and being a lifelong learner, studying karate. I'm a black belt, second Dan, which I learned at the age of 35. Okay, and the very hands that can break a tile, which are strong, should be graceful enough to be a dancer, to do ballet. And this journey of mine, along teaching the scriptures of India, combining business strategy and management with ancient wisdom, combining karate with ballet, being this integral person, and then implementing it in my son's life, this is the ethos from where I speak. Ladakh, as Sonam said, is a high-altitude, cold mountain desert. It is fed by the glacial melts. Temperatures range from -30 to +30. Whatever works for tropical India cannot work here. So the youth have to be empowered to take charge of their contexts and to learn to live a life of dignity in harmony with nature. That's why Himalayan Institute of Alternative was decided to be set up, and this was the picture I took from the aircraft when Sonam told me this would be the site of the place. Not a drop of water, not a blade of grass. But it didn't deter us, because 30 years ago, a similar desert was converted by Sonam and his team into the SecMol school, the world-famous SecMol school, which built itself on few pillars, and to which my experience and studies of Sri Aurobindo's integral education has added the other pillars. So the first pillar we talk about in making a doers and makers university. So for the first time in the world, Hayal is a university that combines academics, research, and entrepreneurship. It is a doers university. I'll come to that a bit later. And this was the master plan based on the Buddhist Upekha path of contextuality, where the schools range from school of architecture to school of spirituality, through schools of energy, tourism, and so on. This is evolution from material to the spiritual. So contextual education is in -20 degrees. You cannot make buildings like this. They would be at 0 to 5 degrees. For instance, I take one example. So we made 4 or 5 kinds of buildings, same footprint, and inspired by the old buildings of Ladakh, Palace of Saspol, this is rammed earth, to make solar, modern, passive buildings like this. These buildings stay at +20 when it is -20 outside without any artificial heating, And it took the world 30 years to recognize this and give it awards like Global Award for Sustainable Architecture and Lyon, the Terra Award. And these were life-size pilots. We just didn't install sensors in them, we installed ourselves. We were the guinea pigs to experience the thermal comfort. And because contextual is contextual in space, time, and experience. By experience, it is the mother tongue, the indigenous knowledge systems. And this technology was drawn from the context for today's time, and drawing on indigenous knowledge systems. And when we checked the graphs, if the ambient temperature is between -5 to 0, the heated buildings stayed at 15 degrees when they were heated and 0 to 5 when they were not. Our building stayed at 20 to 25 degrees without any artificial heating. So these are world's first, not just net zero, but net positive, not just carbon neutral, but carbon negative buildings in the world. And they also make economic sense because 7 years of operational cost of heating the building gets you back the cost of making the building. So alternative need not be non-profitable. That's where we have to work towards. And so then we scaled it up into large size buildings because there were a lot of naysayers that you can do it only for smaller ones, to large size buildings on our campus. And today we have 2 lakh square feet of these buildings, saving more than 5,000 tons of carbon per year. And this is contextual education, scaling up to high-end resorts, and finally building for the Indian Army and luxury suites, because earth is considered a poor man's material, but we made it into an elite material through rammed earth and made for the Indian Army because it's very difficult to transport fuel there. So an example of contextual education. And through this, we have generated many builders, architects, civil engineers, and these buildings form the policy document now which we submitted to the government, and UT government has now made it a policy that all tourism buildings have to be passive solar heated. So a university has to work for the needs of the community, do research so that government can scale up, while empowering the students to become future entrepreneurs and leaders. Moving to the second, this is how the campus looks today. And moving to the second pillar, experiential learning. It is learning by doing. And in the context, one has to engage with it, not just theoretically. So our students work in the villages of Ladakh to make these artificial glaciers to solve the water problem in spring when there is farming season and the glaciers had not yet started melting, which is why it is a desert. And we started from one village in Phyang, where a university is located, and today, through drip irrigation, we've started greening the village and scaled it up to 111 villages across the world. And we were recipients of the Rolex Award for Enterprise, which was the seed money for the university that we set up. It's now scaled up to 111 villages across the world, including Switzerland, Chile, Gilgit-Baltistan, Nepal, and so on. So we are perhaps the only university in the country that does reverse technology transfer. Our passive solar heated buildings through UNDP have gone to Afghanistan and other Tibetan plateau countries, so have these artificial glaciers. Moving on, the third pillar, and this year we've started automating it, which is another story. We can take it up later. The third pillar of our education for the future is transdisciplinary approach to problem solving. Not just in Ladakh, but also in Himachal and several countries of Europe, the villages are getting abandoned. There is more urbanization. The urban centers are exploding and villages are imploding, and it's not sustainable in the long run. So our transdisciplinary approach has several centers of excellence, one of them which rehabilitates these villages. So this is a village in Kulum, very close to Upshi, where the first tectonic movement happened and the Himalayas were formed. And this village was abandoned. It's a lovely village with large farmlands, but people just locked their homes and went to nearby highway where there were this loss of dignity, loss of land. They're just having small shops and earning their livelihood because the canals dried up, the glacier dried up. So our transdisciplinary question to our students was, can you again make it a story of hope and a valley of flowers? And 4 of our schools in a transdisciplinary spirit came together. The School of Ecology made ice stupas in that village. The School of Agriculture and Forestry decided to do horticulture, agriculture, and greening of the valley. The School of Eco-Responsive Architecture retrofitted the buildings and made them into passive solar heated, so people can stay happily. Otherwise, Ladakhis, whatever they earn during the year, they spend half of it in the winters because they have to go out to Jammu or Chandigarh or Goa. And finally, the School of Tourism is curating it as an edu-tourism destination, so that people from not just India but across the world can come and learn how villages can be rehabilitated. And in 2021, after 15 years, we harvested 1,500 kilos of potatoes. And 2 years later, about 5,000 kilos, and half the village came back, and this year the entire village would come back and be rehabilitated. So this is the transdisciplinary approach. The 4th pillar, as was discussed yesterday, is AI is here to stay. And AI has reached, if you look at Bloom's taxonomy, AI has reached up to analyze and evaluate stage of the human mind. It's almost there trying to create. So, as Manoj was telling in his presentation yesterday, so what does the human do from here if it has not to be a slave of machines? So AI is actually pointing us, if we take the Indian knowledge systems, remember and understand is our subconscious memory, chitta, we call it. Apply and analyze is our sense mind, which we have to purify. Evaluate and create is what we call buddhi or wisdom. But Indian knowledge systems have beyond buddhi something called intuition, which, unlike the West, is not just for gifted children. Yogic psychology enables that each of us can go and access those higher levels of the mind. And Sri Aurobindo has, in his records of yoga, given detailed explanations of his own journey to access higher regions of the mind and deeper regions of the heart, which is beyond the subliminal and the heart self into our very soul, that the machines cannot copy. Because ChatGPT can only regurgitate what has in the past. But what can come in the future is something only human beings can do. So it's high time we took the education to developing higher ranges of the mind. And there is where India and Bhutan and all the Eastern countries can lead the world, because spirituality is not now restricted to Sunday church going or just temple morning. It has to become a part of life. And spirituality, according to Sri Aurobindo, is nothing but evolution of human consciousness. And that's where AI is pointing us towards. And it's good AI is doing whatever it is doing, because otherwise, why should we dehumanize ourselves? If machines can do, let us work and, get to the other higher ranges of our human, evolution. So this is our 4th pillar, where we encourage our students to do out-of-the-box thinking, to empathy. So when our fellows come for the first 1 week, they are taken to a village and they live and they do the farming there. And then one girl came up with this idea, and then they decide what they will be innovating. And one of the girl came up that I want to use IoT and automate drip irrigation system, because I see this Amale get up at 5 in the morning in the freezing cold, when it is, and she's watering the plants. So innovation, not for the sake of innovation, as also Divyanshi was saying, technology not for the sake of technology, but rooted in empathy, and as the Bhagavad Gita says, for loka sangraha, for making the world a better place. So we have to make our kids rooted in empathy, deeper order thinking, and higher ranges of the mind. And finally, the fifth pillar of education, Sonam mentioned, we have moved from 3R to 3H. I'll just take a minute to introduce to you the Indian concept of 3 A's of education. We have to move even beyond 3H. So head and hands refer to Adhibhuta, the material consciousness around us, the materiality. Adhibhuta is the material world around us. So head and heart is both Adhidaiva. India made a distinction between heart and soul, and let's not forget that. That will be the defining difference and feature that Asia has to give to the world. And that's Adhidaiva is our non-material aspects, our emotional and mental. But what we are missing today in the education system, and we have to bring it back unabashedly, even though the West does not understand consciousness and it wants to call it transpersonal and so on, we have to be unabashedly, bringing spirituality into Indian curriculum, because only then India and Bhutan and Asia can lead the world. And that is the third A, Adhyatma. And all of this I put down in this infographic, which puts the child at the center. And there is Adhyatma, Adhibhuta, and Adhidaiva. So Adhibhuta is knowledge of the material world, which you understand through the natural world and how the world works. And that can only happen through contextual education, which makes us self-reliant. Today, UK is suffering from energy crisis, but a far-flung village of Ladakh in Zanskar is self-sufficient. They grow their own food, they make their own clothes. So 80% of traditional Indian village staple needs came from their own context. Globalization is a myth by some greedy MNCs, who want to not make us be self-sufficient. And contextual education gives us that material freedom. Adhidaiva is the relational world, which is the man-made world and ideas that change the world. Today we are teaching our kids only to follow somebody's product of the mind 100 years ago, be it Marxist communism or socialism, or we are not teaching them to develop higher order thinking and create ideas today that would change the world. After the new consciousness that has come into the Earth's atmosphere, we will have to redefine all our systems of social, economic, political, and have children be empowered from their childhood. And this happens through higher order thinking and deeper order feeling, and leads to social transformation. And finally, Adhyatma is knowledge of oneself. Last 400 years has been only knowledge of objective reality. We know the biggest planet in the galaxy, we know about the smallest quark, but we don't know about ourselves. The next age is the subjective age. It's only with all the narratives floating around, where is the truth? We don't know where the truth is. We still don't know why the AI crashed in Ahmedabad. There are 50 different views about it. So how do we develop kids and that subjective knowledge of knowing the truth, so that I know who am I and how to express myself? And that can happen through experiential education and lead to personal transformation. Only then we become a fulfilled human being, a fulfilled society, a fulfilled nation, and a fulfilled world. Thank you. Happy to add that this infographic will be on permanent display at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London as the education of the future.
I want to say Gitanjali shot 9 minutes plus the time, but she's taekwondo black belt, so I won't mess with her. Thank you, Sodamochi sir and Gitanjali, for that inspiring presentation, the work that you all have done for transformative education, advocating for climate change, for the Himalayan ecosystem. It's quite inspiring for the rest of the world to see. I'm sure it's not easy, but I think that's what makes the work worthwhile. All right, thank you to the two of you once again. We'll now move on to our first panel of the day, Pathways for Transforming Education. So this session will look at how we can shift education systems to be more grounded, inclusive, and future-ready, not just in theory, but in daily practice. So moderating this conversation is Dr. Karma Pinso. He's a historian, author, and the founder of the Loden Foundation. I take a lot of inspiration from him as well. He has a background in Buddhist philosophy and a doctorate from Oxford. Dr. Karma Pinso brings a rare blend of traditional wisdom and modern scholarship. His work bridges culture, generations, and systems, making him a fitting guide for this timely dialogue on reimagining education in our region. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Karma Pinso.
Distinguished guests and participants, Kuzusang Pola. It's so fitting that we have the first panel on education, because I personally believe that there's nothing more important than education impacting all 4 domains of cross-national happiness, all 4 pillars of cross-national happiness and 9 domains of GNH. So it's so pertinent. We spend almost 15 to 20 years of our most impressionable phase of our life going through education. So it's really important for us to discuss this. And we have such a wonderful august panel of doyens on education. So may I now call our panelists to the stage, going ladies first. We have Gitanjali Wangmo, who has just come here, and I think she's already been introduced a bit. But very impressed by how you are not only an educator, but both into traditional dancing and ballet, plus a black belt karate practitioners. So please come to the stage. Then we have Sonam Wangchuk, whose work I have been following for many years now. You again heard some introduction of this remarkable son of the Himalayas, or Hindu Kush Himalayas. I think he has been introduced for his work for SECMOL, but I also follow him for his activism for statehood and constitutional safeguarding of the Union Territory of Ladakh. Then we have Dashu Arun Kapoor. Dashu Arun Kapoor is an esteemed educator with many decades of experience, graduating from St. Stephen's College. He has been the founding headmaster of Vasant Valley School, New Delhi. He is currently the head of Trugelpu's Institute here, where we are. He's also on the board of Gale for Mindfulness City, Bharti Foundation, Sindh Education Society, and many others. He's founder and chairman of Ritinjali, and also he leads the Palawan chain of preschools. He chairs Center for Escalation of Peace, author of many books, and his focus on the 5 areas of development has been recognized by 100th. It's a Finland recognition as one of the 100 most inspiring educational innovations for 5 consecutive years. And Dashu Arun Kapoor has just last winter been honored with the Druktukse Award and Nikem, the Red Scarf status by His Majesty, the 5th King Jimmy Kesa Namgyal Wangchuk. Then we have our 4th panelist, Dr. Dorji Tinle, a lifelong educator. He has been the director of, or the president of both Samsi College of Education and Paro College of Education. He has been a director for research and external relations. He has numerous publications to his credit, and he is also leading the Bhutan Journal of Research and Development. So we have this very impressive panel of fantastic educators. Maybe I'll move to the chair. Thank you. So, welcome, panelists. What a great honor to talk to such doyens of education. I'm not an expert on education, but I'm an education enthusiast, leading an educational charity here. And my first academic publication happens to be on education called Two Ways of Learning. And my conclusion in that article was our modern education system is out of place, and our traditional education system was out of time. I have been acutely aware of the inadequacies of our current mainstream education systems. And there has been a lot of thought being given to address that. You have been leading wonderful initiatives on the other side of the Hindu Kush Himalayas. And I must mention again that Ladakh and Bhutan has this very strong historical ties. So I'm particularly pleased that two of you are here to share your wisdom with us. Now, we've been given this topic to transform education, and there are 5 major topics that I've been asked to address. Innovation to fix the system that's not working right now. A kind of inclusion to include not only different capabilities, but also remote and underserved communities. Then there is they talk about how to scale that up, how to make it sustainable through creating a good ecosystem, and then finally to share knowledge across cultures. I thought to cover all these 5, but then to make it more pragmatic for myself, because I'm a student of the Buddha, and I always follow the Buddha. The Buddha's first sermon, he talked about problem solving. So I today boldly claim Buddha was the first management guru, and he was definitely an educator, because I see Buddhism as a program of education. His first teaching on 4 Noble Truths was really about problems, causes of problems, solution to the problems, and path leading to the solution. And then he said, we must identify the problems, eliminate the causes of the problems, seek the solution, and follow the path to the solution. So to begin this conversation, I thought we would first go around asking you what you see as the top 1 or 2 problems in the mainstream education system world over, and particularly in our own area. And, well, maybe we'll start with Keith and Anjali here. So we'll first deal with the problems, and then I think we talk about the solution and what we need to do as concrete actions to reach some kind of solution.
Because I've just finished.
Okay, so let's start from the other end then. Dr. Dojuangshu, what do you see as say 2 pressing problems in the current system, because you have such deep knowledge of the mainstream education system in the country?
Thank you, La. First of all, I express my deepest respect to Tarayana under the royal patronage and sagacious leadership of Her Majesty, the Queen Mother. By the way, my college, our College of Education, we train teachers to be primary school teachers, has a number of clubs. And the largest club is the Tarayana Club. We have a little over 500 Bachelor of Education students. And the number of students who have enrolled in the Tarayana Club is over 270. That's more than 50% of the undergraduate student population. And they're doing amazing work, going out in the communities, identifying problems, doing a lot of amazing voluntary work, working with monastic institutions, far-flung monastic institutions, laying out footpaths, mobilizing resources for monks and nuns in monasteries, nunneries that have no access to, a lot of resources. So amazing work. So it inspires me all the time.
Yes, please stop.
Yes, back to the question, what problem do I see? I think we are distancing our children farther and farther away from their roots. I think this needs to be addressed. And this is caused basically by the lack of clarity. I think we need to establish this sense of clarity. Who we are, what have we inherited, what are our roots, what are the cultural, historical circumstances under which we work, and how do we strengthen these? Whether it's AI, technology, it's good. We need to embrace it. It's indispensable. We have to embrace, we have to adopt AI, we have to embrace it, but at the same time, what defines us as a people, as a society, as a culture, I think this has to be reinforced again and again and again and again. If the balance is lost, I think we will become trapped within the invincible forces of what we often call modernization and a technologically driven world. I'm often reminded of this beautiful quote by the 11th century Himalayan yogi, popularly known as Milarepa. 11th century Himalayan yogi Milarepa, who practiced his entire life in the high mountain ecosystem and got enlightened. Digpi lenam pangbes de. Digpi lenam pangbes de. Dewa is well-being, happiness. Dewa also comes from a sense of clarity and wisdom. Digpi lenam pangbes de.
So, thank you, Doctor. What I get from you is one of the biggest problems we face is of children being taken out of their local context. And this is also the theme for
Absolutely.
this discussion. Dashu Arun, you're running a boarding school here. How do you reconcile this tension between getting children out of their local context and then at the same time giving a very effective education? Can you share how is this problem of taking children, especially with we know about the central school programs. So is that a problem or is there a way we can do this effectively?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here and thank you for Tariana to include me in being a fan of what they've been doing in Ladakh for many, many years. And he too, everybody, we know the teachers come from his institute. So having said, I just want to put, like you had said, what are the issues? Over the years, what has happened is that schooling and education have been kind of converted into one. They both be used interchangeably. Schooling is very different. It's become an end in itself, while education is completely different. Education, if you use the word, you go back to the history of the word education, it means to educate, to bring out from you the best that there is, if you even go back to the Greek word. So that is what we must, first of all, make a very definite distinction between schooling and education. What's happened is that all over the world, we have become an over-schooled and under-educated society. So that is the first problem that we need to look at, that education needs to completely be what we are all about. So that's number one. So if we look at what you said, that if you taking the children out of context, that I think is very important, that this, whatever we do has to be contextualized to the child, to the area, to the region, and through the Bhutan Baccalaureate that we have been working over here. That's number one. Contextualization is very, very crucial. And therefore, when we look at what is it that we are trying to do here, is to try to help our children grow up, first of all, from childhood to adulthood. That's the basic stuff. From child to adult, that whole process of growing up is what we are addressing. And as we know, each child is different. In the same home, same parents, 3 children, all 3 have different likes, dislikes, aspirations. So even within a home, in the village, we still need to contextualize to the child. But the important thing is that the child withdrawn from the community is not such a great aspect. So whatever we do, we have to make sure that the community and the child are connected, even if they're not like in a boarding school, right? We have to bring the community to the school. So one of the things that we do here is that every time a child goes home and they come back to the school, they're supposed to bring back 7 gifts for us. So when they come back, they bring a story, a recipe, a song, some dance. So 7 things they bring back. Those are collected and made into books. Those are our textbooks. So each child here, when they're listening or looking at a textbook, it is written by her classmate. And therefore we bring all of Bhutan here, but we can't go to all of Bhutan. So those there are many such things that we need to do. So very clearly, we want to create a space where each child grows up to be a constructive, contributory citizen of a just and harmonious society. These are words of His Majesty. So that is it. That is what we are trying to do. Reality is such that even wherever you are, even being in a village, you can be cut out from your culture if you're being schooled. And even in a place like this, culture can surround you if education is what it's all about. So that's my kind of...
Thank you, Dashwa. It's very beautiful. I hope you will share later on what is your favorite thing that a child brought back from their village to the school. But on your last point, you noted how localization is not about just geographic location, right? That a child may be in a remote village but living a totally global life through smartphones today. And especially when it comes to language, we have been having great struggle here in Bhutan with local languages. So Sonamla, what is the situation in Ladakh in terms of local context, especially with regard to language of education? And how serious is this problem of globalization seeping through computers and mobile phones, that a child may be based in Ladakh but actually growing up totally out of Ladakh?
There are many micro-level issues, mother tongue and so on, but as you were asking about the problem with the education system, I was more looking at macro level because there's an international audience, so too much of Ladakh may not work, but I was thinking of sharing how I see that today the world is falling apart. You know, the biggest challenge ever is climate change, and all that we have done in the last 250, 300 years is causing this, human activities. And you can find its roots in schools. Schools are designed for industrial revolution times, when people thought that nature can be exploited, conquered, consuming and production is the goal of a child when they grow to become citizens. And therefore, what I see the problem in education, apart from micro level in different places, globally, is that we are still continuing with something that was addressing 1700s, you know, when we had too little to eat, too little to clothe, too little to house. And now we have overdone. People are dying more because of overeating than out of malnourishment in most parts of the world. So if we keep giving the same fuel, we'll get the same outcome. And therefore, education needs to be changed. Today, our education seems to train children to become, multinational tycoons. I don't understand why they have to. That's where happiness comes. And the answer, again, comes from the East, from India, from Bhutan. 2,500 years ago, this is what Buddha said. And I think this is what needs to be taught in every school today. Buddha said that for a human being, it's a greater achievement to conquer a single desire than to fulfill 1,000 desires. Our schools are training everyone to fulfill 1,000 and 1,001st and 1,002nd and be the leader in fulfilling desires. And it never ends. That's the thing with desires. Whereas if it was educating people to conquer desires, reduce desires, then we wouldn't have any of the problems that we see today. So we need to think about addressing through education not each activity that pollutes or emits, but actually the root lies in how we are groomed to want more and more and more and be less and less and less happy. And therefore, that I see as the biggest challenge in education, apart from local, differences.
Thank you. I think it's a very global challenge, a global problem driven by capitalist, consumerist mindset. India, I suppose, would be in this same rat race for more production, more consumption. But if you can sort of narrow down a bit on specific challenges, like what you face immediately in your own circle, Gitanjali.
Yeah. So, to me, there are several problems. But, the one that I would like to raise here, both for India and also what Bhutan is currently facing, is education is seen as a tool to jettison your place and move. If you're from a village in India, you want to go to the town, from the town to the city to the capital, India, and then from Delhi to New York. And this is something which is also happening in Bhutan now, people moving more and more to Australia. The biggest problem is education not making you own where you belong, So there's no belonging, there's no pride of where you are born. And spiritually, it is not a coincidence that we are born somewhere. There's a purpose. And to find that purpose. And that's where I think I would like to share the example of Ladakh. When I work with youngsters there, and in university we tell people that if you, after finishing your fellowships, go to Dubai or London, you are for us failures. You are not on the, for us trump cards that will tell the world that this university has sent people. You are failures. And if you go back to your village and do something for it, and make it better, then you are our stars. And that's something I see in Ladakhis, and I don't know why it is there. I'm still trying to figure it out. They want to come back to Ladakh, even after they've done their education outside. That love for the land. And it is not being parochial. Globalization is not everybody eating the same hamburger. Globalization is an infinite buffet where every culture brings its best to the table. And that where we are born, we have to get the best, and teach our kids to take that best forward. But somehow this whole modernization and globalization rat race, is kind of brainwashing kids to jettison their cultural identities. Nationalism is a bad word just because it does not suit UK, because it has Scotland and Ireland, forcibly taken into the great United Kingdom. So that does not make nationalism bad. But and then brings to the second problem that we don't have liberal arts education. India was the place which came up with 64 kalas, which inspired the liberal arts education of the West. But today, liberal arts education in India and also in the West is missing, where people are not able to think and know where the truth is. So the whole media brainwash, the whole narrative brainwash, and all of this. So understanding your culture deeply without becoming parochial or fanatic, and by understanding your culture, understanding the rest of the cultures beautifully, is where we should train our kids to be. That's what is missing.
Thank you. I think just like what you shared about Ladakh, young Bhutanese here also have, at the moment, a very sense of belonging to the land, to their origins, which is a very positive thing. But then, now going back to the problems, I mean, one of the challenges that we all face, I think, especially when you talk about education being delivered according to the needs of diverse groups of people, it's resource constraints. What a small country like Bhutan or a small territory like Ladakh would have in terms of resources to help provide that ideal education. So let's try to define what would be an ideal education scenario. Maybe I'll go back again to Dr. Dorji. What do you sort of imagine to be a fantastic, ideal education school system, for instance, that we should envision? And then
I think the effort, if you look at the National Education Policy 2024, and also the other policies and programmatic documents that come out of the Ministry of Education, there's always this fine balancing of what a child needs to be able to survive in a highly complex, competitive, technology-ridden world. At the same time, be deeply rooted in the heritage and the, as Sonamji rightly said, 2,500-year-old spiritual tradition and values. That balance, that effort is always there at the policy level. And these are also being implemented at the school level. We run a beautiful early childcare center in my college, ECCT Center. It's called the Rinpung ECCT Center. There's a lot of contextualization happening there. So we don't import a theoretical model, let's say, proposed by Jean Piaget, chronologically ordered development model, and impose it on the child. So the 3-year-olds, the 4-year-olds, and the 5-year-olds are out there in the space interacting with the environment, and they're asking 105 questions. Who built the Zong? Because the Rinpung Zong, the center is just below the Rinpung Zong. Who built the cantilevered bridge over there? And we take the kids there and then design projects based on the questions that they ask. We also take the little kids up to the Zong and then asking very interesting questions. Who built the Zong? It's so big. And one of the kids says, oh, this is my mom's office. And the other kid says, oh, your mom's office is so big. Who built it? Why did he build it? So based on these questions that the kids ask, the teachers are able to conceive project possibilities. In fact, we had the kids work on a fascinating Zong project, a fascinating cantilever project, a fascinating traditional house project, age 3, age 4, age 5. So I think, as Dasho Arun rightly said, contextualizing education is going to help make our children culturally intelligent, while they also are equipped with the tools and techniques that they would need to navigate their lives in a highly competitive society. So I guess it's a balancing act that we need to be constantly, be conscientious about and integrating within the education system. And the good news is the efforts are on.
Yeah. So, Dasho, you are leading, of course, a very innovative, very cutting-edge educational system here through the Royal Academy. It is as good, it's probably the best in the country at the moment. But what do you see can be done better? If you can visualize something even better.
Well, first of all, just on the word, what is the ideal school system? I don't think there ever will be one. Let's also not try and go towards something, because it's always an evolutionary process, like what you're saying. What's next? What's next? Because even in the process of growing up, what is good for a 3-year-old kid is not necessarily good for the same 8-year-old kid, right? And it has to be contextualized to the child. But in our understanding that the child devoid of her community is an incomplete thing. So when you do talk in terms of child-centric, right? That is the problem also. We need to make sure, because the children who in large parts of the world where child is at the center of everything, they grow up to be very, very self-centered, right? And therefore, the idea of education, one of the big things about education, not schooling, is what do you do to make sure that everybody that you're part of is also going up, to raising all the boats that go up with you. So we go back to looking at another, in Guru Padmasambhava. We find our philosophical underpinnings come from his way not because the teachings were the same, but the way he took it across is a very clear understanding that their treasure, that everybody has treasure. But some people are able to identify and acknowledge their treasure. Some people, like he said, he hid the treasure, saying that therefore a treasure revealer would come later to reveal when the community was ready to. So we take that same thing into a child, that some children they can become their own treasure revealers at a later date. So when that's our way of helping the child becoming her own, first of all, become a treasure seeker, and then become also a treasure revealer. And that is different where you are. So when you're an adult and if you want to go to Australia, what's wrong with that, if that's where you want to go? But there, then you become a constructive, contributory citizen of a just and harmonious society. So that is evolution. If you want to say what's next, in fact, we are in the middle of discussing this. We are talking in terms of how to learn, right? Rather than what to learn. That becomes the most important thing, learning how to learn. At the moment, we are working on the quantumness of learning. That's something we should be talking about, how you bring it down to the granular, but the role of the observer is very important. And the observer are two people. One is yourself as the observer, and one is an external observer. And therefore, in this becomes assessment. Assessment not just for marks and grades, but to figure out where you are on your own journey of learning. So creating your own journey, your own roadmaps, putting down your own indicators of success, ownership of where you're going, together with adults who help you make your roadmaps. And the whole process of education is going to, as society evolves, is going to also help create the new solutions, the new ways forward. So we are very clear that our education system is an evolutionary system. The way we started 10 years ago, I hope we are not the same still today, because things have changed completely, and if we are stuck in the past, then we are not really moving. So we have to also answer that question, does education change society, or does society change education? So this yin and yang thing is what we are always constantly looking forward to, and we have to be part of the change to be the change.
Thank you. That's really good. I think it's so important to capture this message that any educational system today has to be dynamic. Now, Sonamla, you brought up this issue of how we are still stuck with this old system that was once started by the Industrial Revolution and so forth. And we still have this school system, and as Dr. Arun made the distinction between schooling and education. I particularly like this distinction because we have so many very well-educated, illiterate masons, architects, farmers, animal husbandrymen, priests, and weavers, and so forth, but not necessarily schooled. Sadly, some of these people can't even stand for elections because they haven't got a graduate degree. So we are still stuck in this mainstream sort of Eurocentric education model. Is the school system, the schooling system, any more relevant? Should we just leave our children with the parents on the farms or in the monasteries with the weavers? Should we have even a school? You have a school in Ladakh. So is that sort of archaic school system relevant? Is that the future we should envision? No.
Hello.
It's working.
Made it work. Okay. So schools could be a great place for, learning from each other, and if it's updated to the current needs of the world. Of course, it should start with a loving environment where, as I said, head, hands, and heart, where you have enough opportunities for the head to develop, and then hands, which means a lot of responsibility, that the child gets, and to take care of others, to know others, to respect others, and all that is fine. Where it's lacking is again the heart and soul part, that, because in evolution we have invented a great system called schools, where you can orchestrate what happens in human evolution. But if we are stuck to what was done earlier, 1700s, 1800s, which was very much guided by human evolution till then, because we had come out of scarcities. We have always been in eras of scarcities where food was not enough, clothing was not enough. So we schooled our children to solve that, and we did that, and now we are overdoing it to the extent that the same solutions are going to kill us. And therefore, I think we need to relook and make it something that addresses today's problems. I think when I was quoting Buddha, I think he was too ahead of his times, to say, conquer your desires, dissolve your desires, when people didn't have enough to eat or clothe back then. Today is the best time for enlightenment, when with technology and knowledge, you have so much. But if we keep the same mentality of more and more and more, with all the robots and AI put to use, this is the best time to go less and less and less. These things can create the food and clothing. I can, go inwards towards happiness. And that's what could be the answer.
So is schools the best place to give such kind of heart and head-related spiritual education, or you think ashrams may be a better place? How do we bring this ideal scenario of 3 H's into the current system?
So to me, an ideal school has to reflect life. And it has to be just an occasion where children are reminded that education is anyway lifelong, and any time, any place, and any pace. So as educators, children have to be empowered to learn all through the day, and even when they're sleeping, to make their sleeps conscious. And schools are just an occasion where they're reminded about it even more, and places of joy and progress, and a lot of ownership and agency, where they're made to become the future leaders. And so it has to reflect life. So not sanitized places and air-conditioned rooms and things doled out to them on platters as they have become. But if it is, let's say, a school like Sekmol, which is for failure students in Ladakh, it reflects their own village, the way the school is constructed. So space design gives it's a lot of very important. There has to be a natural, seamless connection with nature. And it has to be a lot of life and live projects. Only 30% has to be in the classroom, 70% has to be in life. So to me, an ideal school is one that is just an occasion for the educator and children to remind themselves that life is, the whole of life is education, And this is here, you just come to dip into that atmosphere, to reignite that passion that it is to be lifelong and all day, any place.
Thank you. Sharaf, is that the, am I supposed to open for questions from the audience or not? I could do that. Yes. But I would like to have a last round with you. If you can think of some specific, concrete, practical examples that you can share with the rest of the audience here and also beyond, that they can take home with regard to building a better education system. Ravi, you had your hand up. Please be very brief with your questions.
Thank you. My question is very brief. You know that millions of people are there in Buddhist monastery, in what call that, madrasa, in Gurukul, and likewise religious monasteries. So sometimes these people do not take your tools 100%. So then the education we have here, I think I cannot just sit down and leave out that advantages of the students of these monasteries. I want you referred to Buddha, you referred to Guru Rinpoche Samba, you referred to Jizmela. For a while I thought that our system is best because we produce this type of people. And again, when I come back to the 21st century, are we really good or do we need changes? Now, I just want your advice. What are the things that we need changes to bring our kids to bring a better result in our form or in the world? Thank you.
Suppose anyone can take this. It's a general question, no? Anyone can take it. I want Sonam. Okay. So Sonamla.
Thank you very much. Yes, you aptly reminded that there are many religious schools and there are many worldly schools. I think these have become kind of extremes. The religious schools are stuck in the rituals and the words of the times rather than the spirit. And I see, and the worldly schools are too worldly. They are just about free race to fulfill it. Yes, 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 yes. So I feel that, like Buddha again said, the middle path is the best path. Yeah? So a middle path where monastic schools adapt to the current world and adapt their messages and change the world, and the rest of the schools also come down from what they are. So a good mix, and it's a great occasion to practice, but again, mingling with the world and bringing it out to the world is equally important. It's like, mathematics, you have average. If you put your head in the oven and feet in the deep freezer, you'll be perfectly fine in average temperature. So you have to get this and this to a good harmonious blend where the world works.
I would just like to add that be it monastic systems or be it the ordinary system, the factor that was the most important when we say Gurukul was the Guru. And we've come back full circle in the face of AI. When you have all the information and everything, then what is the role of the teacher? So the teacher ceases to be somebody who teaches by instruction or by influence, but one who teaches by example. So that's where AI is pointing us. That's where bringing together monasteries and normal life is bringing us, is that the teacher will become pivotal, and the teacher has to become that person who leads by example. It is not just enough to give, advice from the head. So true teachers of tomorrow will be living the very things they are preaching, both in the monasteries as well as in normal schools. So that's the leveler. We are, at least I cannot comment on it. I have not studied the monastic systems.
Maybe I'll add
One
a bit.
thing I have been advocating for in Ladakh is that the monastic system with monks and nuns is great, but everybody should have an experience in it. So I've been advocating that those who choose lifelong, and in Ladakh, I don't know about Bhutan, little children are sent to monastery before they know what they want to do. I have a little problem with that. I would rather see the monasteries full of everybody spending at least 1 year there and coming out with a great blend of real world and spirituality. So I would like them to exist, but fully connected with the world rather than completely cut off a few and the rest are, rampant.
Yeah, having been through both the monastic education and modern education, maybe I'll add a bit to this. I think there is a lot of work to be done in terms of reappropriating the original values and practices and adapting to the current context. I think three of you coming from India is very inspiring for me. I spent nearly 12 hours of my day these days reading ancient Indian books, mainly Buddhist books. And Vipassana is one good example. Goenka's Vipassana is one good example of how it is taken out of an old monastic context and made so effective for broader audience. So something along those lines we may have to think. Please.
I have some interaction with Choten Nebu in Punakha and Ugen Guru here. And I think there's a lot for us to learn from the monastic system also. It's not all bad. The whole point of question and answer, I think that's a very crucial thing that needs to come into the mainstream, if you want to call it that, because the monastic learning is also mainstream for the monastic order. So when we look at that, I think there is symbiotic relationship must exist between the two. And when I go and spend some time with the young monks at Choten Nebu, there is so much to learn from there. What I see and what I've heard from here also, very often, when some of the young monks come out of the monastic system, quite a few of them do that, they have a lot to give. And actually I'm looking for people who have been through the monastic order to come here and become teachers, because I think we have a lot to learn from there. So the exclusivity is there, but I think there is also a compatibility that exists and should be encouraged. I just feel that.
Lasso. I think the beautiful thing about the Buddha's teachings is it's so spacious, it's so flexible. That's the essence. But at times, if you're not careful, the spiritual, cultural superstructures, the colors around, can seem a little intimidating. And if you don't address this in time, we could be distancing ourselves from one another. At the Paro College of Education, we signed number of MOUs with monastic institutions. We interacted with the Khembos and the Lams and the Tubus constantly. We teach them AI. We take technology into the monasteries. We ask the Khembos to come and teach our students and our faculty members basic shamatha meditation, which has turned out to be fantastic. We also teach them English, by the way. So I think constant interaction is the solution. Otherwise, there could be distance.
I would like to go a step further than both Dasha Kapoorji and yourself. I think we are past that stage where there has to be symbiotic relationship outside. I think we are today in a state where the Kurukshetra, the conflict is within. And within each of us, this matter and spirit has to be combined. The future does not see monasteries and normal individuals as existing separately. I think every normal person has to imbibe that spiritual element. And the matter and spirit, what we have traditionally kept apart, you know, as the householder and the monk and all, the time is passé. We all are in an evolutionary stage where we have to combine it in our hearts. And we have to become, as Plato says, philosopher kings, or in India we say Raj Rishi.
Can we now go around with this final round of sharing one or two tips within, say, 20 seconds, please? Sorry. Doctor, you want to start? Anything you want to share with the audience here and beyond? The specific example. I'm so sorry. Time is almost up. Okay. Then we'll probably forfeit the. Are you sure? I think we should. Oh yeah, no, I think we will wrap up the session. I don't want to run beyond time.
Please ask my question. I've been standing for a while now.
Oh,
please.
so sorry, I didn't see you. Okay, can you please be very brief?
Yes, thank you. I'm Ben Sirring and I'm a lawyer. I think there was a very visceral reaction from me from my head, let's say when Gitanjali made the point about London and Dubai. And sort of then the heart, you know, with all the unlearning one has to do, I wanted to ask this question because, you know, by all, I don't know, measures from the Western standard, I'm seen as a success. And yet, I think the visceral part came from seeing how far away from tradition, I have gone, right? And so, the question I want to pose, and let me direct this at Tasho Arun and Sonam. How does one resist the allure and bells and whistles of Western education? And part two of this question is, whose role is it to facilitate or encourage this paradigm shift in returning to our traditional values, which has in fact helped us to survive and thrive for centuries? But we've of course forgotten that with modern education, right? And so, yeah, to sort of summarize that question is, how do you resist it, and whose role is it to facilitate that?
Yes, thank you. So, Rasharun, if you can be brief.
I'm happy you asked that, because I think what we're trying to do is to help each child grow up to be an adult. And having become an adult, become a constructive, contributory citizen of a just and harmonious society. And that society doesn't mean it's only Bhutan. We're saying wherever you go, whether it's in Dubai or London or New York or wherever you go, you should be a constructive, contributory citizen of the society that you have chosen to be. So there is nothing that should hold you back from becoming what you want to be. If you are going to be saying that you go look inside, then look inside and see what you find and become a constructive, contributory citizen. So I completely agree with you that there should be nothing holding you back, because the world today is so much more connected. But at the same time, wherever you are, if you carry your roots with you, they will just help you flourish more. So that's my response to you is, hey, go to London, right? And sometimes bring back what the good stuff, there is good stuff in London. Bring it back if you're going to come back. And when you're saying who's going to facilitate, help you go there or help you come back, it's you, right? If you reach out for help, there's so many people who will help you to go to London, and there will be equally larger number of people who will help you to come back to find meaningful work to do here. But if you plan to stay on in London, great.
Thank you.
So much to learn.
Thank you, Rasho. Sonamla, you want to give a brief response?
Change is continuous. Fads, fashions come and go as we see, but over long term also. So as I said, we've come out of an era of scarcity in human evolution. So we are seeking more and more and more. And that also will be over on its own also, but it may take centuries, which we don't have as the world is collapsing. And therefore it needs to be facilitated. Even social media will fade away. There'll be a time when people have had enough. Even money, there will be a time when people have had enough and less is more fashionable. People will follow those who can live with so little, not billions and billions of resources and money it takes. Today they are our idols, but tomorrow it will change. But because we don't have time, you're right, we have to facilitate. And schools are a great place. Schools are a great place, great invention, which speeds that up. And therefore, schools and gurus should have been there, seen that themselves, and understood it. You can't teach it from textbooks, from a syllabus. Therefore, like Gitanjali said, gurus have to be the center of, imbibing what you want. And therefore, a lot has to go into who you want your children to follow. And yes, as I said, and gurus like Buddha or all these ancient traditional teachers who have taught great things in times that were so much more adverse for this. Today, it has to again happen. And spiritual leaders, I think, have a great responsibility and possibility to bring that change apart from schools.
Thank you very much, Namla. 50 minutes is too short for such great minds. So I hope you'll carry on the conversation during the breaks. But before we end, I think we've been talking about bringing some heart education, traditional practices into the education system, and we should be facilitators ourselves, each one of them. So following the Bhutanese Buddhist tradition and Ladakhi Buddhist tradition, why don't we do 15 seconds contemplation to look at the state of our mind? Because the Buddha taught that the power of intention and prayer is so strong. I should have done this at the beginning of the session to put that state of the mind in the positive state. And then at the end, we dedicate the merit that we produce from this session and all the good works we do to the benefit of all sentient beings. Sunam di tamje sikbani topne nyebe danam pamjet kega nachi balap tukbai sibi chole tonam dirwara sho. Thank you.
So for our upcoming speakers and panelists, we are putting on all the mics. Please do not turn off the mic. All the mics work. So as soon as you are done speaking, do not turn off the mic. Just gently put it back on the table. Thank you, Lupin Kramofinso and the panelists for that wonderful, thought-provoking, insightful discussion. Like Dr. Kramofinso said, we could go on for another hour and the conversation would not end, but then we have a whole host of people lined up for the day. All right, so we'll move on to a presentation that invites us to slow down a little bit, look closer, and listen to the land we are part of. The next presenter is Yogma Desai. Yogma Desai is an eco-architect with over 14 years of experience designing sustainable, regenerative spaces across India and Bhutan. Her work focuses on aligning buildings with the wisdom of nature and the communities they serve. This session will explore how deep observation can guide us to build in a way that is not just eco-friendly, but truly life-affirming. Yogma, the floor is yours, and gentle reminder, only 20 minutes left.
Good morning, everyone. I'm deeply honored to be here witnessing the Vision for Future at the Sacred Confluence of Tradition, Wisdom, and Inspiration, Operationalizing GNH in Bhutan and beyond. So I have listening to the Mother Earth. Nature reveals its intelligence only to those who are patient enough to listen. We forgot to mother the earth. The great irony of our time, we speak of sustainability and forgot that we are not just builders of earth, we are children of earth. What is deep observation? Deep observation is a joyful practice of presence. This is how our ancestors designed without blueprints, with intuition, empathy, and attunement. It is how Mother Earth teaches us through rhythms, patterns, and quiet signs. And this is how baby Earth, the next generation, learns through wonder, play, and exploration. When we truly observe a place, we discover not problems, but potentials. Not scarcity, but abundance in relationship. This way of seeing reveals that already thriving and gently ask, how can I support this place to flourish more beautifully? Why deep observation? Because without it, intervention becomes destruction. Observation restores humility. It protects from well-being. Harm makes space for voice for the place. So we have types of deep observation in ecological designs. Biological observations, watching bloom cycles, pollinations, and mitigations. Climate observations to track monsoon patterns, fogs, wind flows. Geological observation for reading erosion, soil layering, and seismic rhythms. Culture observations for honoring seasonal and regional, land-based traditions. Phenological timings, aligning actions with natural biological clocks we have. Geomantic surveying, we have sensing land energy via traditional Bhutanese methods. Hydrological monitoring to map spring water flows, recharge cycles. And ethnological listenings for gathering wisdom from community elders. How do we observe this? Through our 5 senses. We listen, we hear, we taste, we touch, we see. These are through our body, mind, and soul. The other form is through technology. Through that, we have a GIS and drone mapping. We have a Bhutanese geomancy techniques, phenological calendars, which is timing natural cycles, indigenous knowledge with oral histories. So we have been doing the Rukha as a case study for our deep observation. So in the village of Rukha, we started with tea, stories, and walk. We observed where the children were playing, where elders gathered, and slowly design grew from the land, like a tree growing from the seed. Rammed earth homes emerged from the soil. Microtraces caught every drop of rain. Sacred grooves remained untouched. This was not a development project. It was a shared celebration of life. Through the deep observation, we came to all the research. We came to a one solution, which a plan is alive. We have zoned out into 7 spheres: environmental, intellectual, occupational, social, emotional, spiritual, physical. We have more green spaces and existing vegetations in these areas. What we observed is, how do we use the rammed earth in the life? So we try to explain how do we go with cement versus mud. So technically, if I speak, it's strong. Cement is highly energy intensive to produce, responsible for nearly 8% of global carbon emission. It traps heat, restricts breathability, and disconnects us from the Earth's rhythm. In contrast, mud is thermally stable, breathable, and has no zero carbon footprints. Technically, earthen materials such as rammed earth, COB, and adobe regular humidity provide insulation and age gracefully with the environment. Mud integrates the place. It is not foreign but familiar. It holds memory, both geologically and culture. It allows building to be recycled, healed, and adapted over time. In contrast, modern cement-based housing, especially in urban cities, has created a dense, impermeable landscape that chokes the environment. These structures trap heat, eliminate soil permeability, and block natural air circulation. These contributes to urban heat islands, increase energy dependence on cooling, and disrupts natural water cycles. As city expands with cement, they also silence ground ability to breathe, recharge affairs, and support biodiversity. Choosing mud is not just an ecological act, it is culture and spiritual alignment with sustainability. It's an invitation to reimagine construction as breathing, living process to partnership with nature. How do we integrate into the design? Functionally, spatially, ecologically, and socially. True integration means the system enhances and regenerates with each other. For the food, agriculture, food forests not only nourish people but stabilize soil, increase biodiversity, and reduce dependency on imports. Design map sunlight, moisture zones, and community dietary patterns helps to integrate these into the designs. For the water, we have a passive water harvesting structures like soils, check dams, rooftop garments, and shoals, allows infiltrations for the recharge. GIS-based hydrological planning ensures catchment to consumption continuity. To help the energy, decentralized solar microgrids, biogas disasters, and solar thermal units reduce carbon dependency and improve resilience. These designs require seasonal solar radiation mapping and load balancing also. For housing thermal comfort via passive solar designs, nature ventilation and local material respects both comfort and climate. Adobe walls, shaded courtyards, and skylight domes are low-cost, high-performance solutions. So all these must align with the carrying capacity of the local ecosystem using environmental impact assessment, regeneration rates, and social needs as a parameters. Food forests feeds people, rainwater is harvested, compost fuel biogas, and movement respects wildlife, all within the land capacity to regenerate. We connect through the sacred geometry with and the human mind, how to do this integration into the design. So geometry heals. Spiral domes speaks our subconscious. They soothe, quantum science affirm what ancient builders intuitively practiced. Sacred geometries like golden ratio, Fibonacci spirals, and fractals are observed in natural systems, ranging from neutral cells and tree branching to galaxy arms. The patterns forms resonance in human cognition and nervous systems. Research in neuroarchitecture shows that the culture forms reduce cortical levels and support parasympathetic activations and encourage states of mental calm and consciousness with the spaciousness. So the dome, of instance, offer not only structure efficiency, but also acoustic harmony and spatial for the coherence. Parametric modeling with the quantum geometry now allows us to stimulate and optimize these forms, further proving that design is not only the technical act, but as an energetic offerings. For this, we need to revise building codes. So we need living codes, design frameworks that go beyond safety to include natural intelligence. This must consider wind flow, soil behavior, and energy alignment with land. These codes ensure that the town breathes, stay cool, and regenerate with the land, not against it. This calls for integrating environment data layers, windrows diagrams, hydrological catchment maps, seismic zones, and sun path analysis. Into the early planning phases, we have to start doing that. Urban heat is island affects mitigation through the permeability surfaces, green coordinates, and orientation-aware massing must become code standard, not exceptions. So town must breathe through ventilation pathway, open green patches, and aquifer recharge pockets. Not just comply with the static parameters, a truly regenerative building codes respects terrain morphology, resource thresholds, and the indigenous wisdom for non-negotiable in spatial planning. For designers, we have a guidance for to observe before you design, let this sit be your teacher, and ethical, be humble, build relationship, not just building. So we come up with a tech for that, what 3D printing and the future can, especially for the earth-based and biocomposite materials, offers radical potential for sustainable construction. It allows for precision form architecture with minimal material waste, reduce human labor, and faster project timelines. When combined with the parametric ecological modeling, 3D printing can produce organic, site-responsive structures that mimic natural patterns, leading to greater thermal performance and reduced energy needs. In rural and remote areas like Rukha, localizing 3D clay printing reduces transport emissions and boosts local circular economics. From a financial perspective, faster build times and cost transparency improves access to housing loans and insurance mechanisms. So let's merge ancient materials like mud and clay with the digital fabrication to create a new vernacular architecture, rooted in earth, guided by data, and scaled through the compassion. To heal the world first we sit here and design the future dwell into the row. That's all for that. Thank you, Lau.
Thank you, Yogma, for that grounding and thoughtful presentation. We'll allot her an extra snack during the tea break since she finished way before time. All right, now we will move on to a panel discussion that will take into from observation to implementation. The question on the table is, how do we turn ecological insight into real ground reality action? So this conversation will bring together voices from design, governance, and community work to explore how development can be shaped by a deeper, more intuitive relationship with place. Moderating this panel discussion is Ngawang Nobu. Ngawang Nobu, sir. Okay, so Ngawang Nobu is the founder and executive director at the Bhutan Ecological Society. He is also the center director for the Center for Climate and Sustainable Futures, which is a collaborative research and education initiative between the School of Field Studies in the US, the Royal University of Bhutan, and the Bhutan Ecological Society. Sir, the floor is now yours. And reminder to the panelists and the moderator, do not turn off the mics. All the mics work.
Thank you. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, but I'm actually quite worried because the first panel was astounding. But because this is a panel on design, we're going to be efficient, both in terms of time and the way we moderate this session. Actually, yesterday evening, Paro was really beautiful after the rain. As the neon lights slowly came up, I don't know how many of you had the opportunity to look at the Paro Zong. The form, the symmetry, the setting, and the grandeur actually captures everything you want to know about design. I think that's design at its highest. I think good design and actually transcendental design should take our breath away and place us in a sense of awe. And I think that's the goal of design, to realign us to our highest purpose. And I think that's what the conference has all been about, sort of shifting ourselves from the material all the way up to the spiritual. Today, if you look across the world, from the drones which are flying in Israel to Ukraine, everything is influenced by design. Yeah, from the nuclear warheads. And in our own backyard, I heard about a new city in India and our own Gelifu mindfulness city. Design is going to be at the heart of what we do. So design is very much omnipresent, and in a sense, design is actually life. You cannot escape design. From the go we wear to the robes we put on to the glasses we wear, design is omnipresent. So this morning, unfortunately, apart from one panelist, I haven't met the others. So we're going to introduce ourselves on the stage. Our panel is going to delve a little deeper into what design is, what good design can do for us, what is the process of designing, how can it be shaped by the future, and how it will be shaped by the rapid rise of AI. And also we will discuss a few practicalities in terms of how design plays off when we do things on the ground. So having said that, it's my absolute pleasure to invite again Yugma, I think. I don't know wherever you are. Yeah. And I will invite all the ladies first, Sonam, if you don't mind. Tsering Pelden from the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport. Sumitra Gale from the College of Science and Technology. And my own colleague, Sonam, from the Nature Conservation Division. Okay. Okay, we promise to be efficient. The way we're going to do this is I want to invite my panelists, because I do not know them as well, first of all, to introduce yourselves. Talk a little bit about what design means for you, what do you do for your work, and then maybe we can then start a conversation. Maybe we could start with you.
Good morning and Kuzampula. It's a privilege to be part of this very timely discussion. My name is Sring Palden and I serve as a senior urban planner with the Department of Human Settlement under Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport. And I work in urban planning, so most of the time I'm involved in thinking about how our town should go. Things like where the homes should be, where the roads and other infrastructures like drainage and parks are best suited. But planning isn't just about writing maps or making rules. It's also about thinking about people, how they behave, how the land behaves, and the relationship between people and land. And for instance, before a farmer plants anything, they don't just start digging up the place. They observe the land, they think about, and they see where the light falls, where water flows, and which parts are rocky. And similarly, when we plan a town, such kind of observation is also necessary. And if you see our traditional villages like Koma, or for that matter, Ura or Rinchending, these villages are designed with care. The houses face the sunlight, the paths they follow along the terrain, and people, they naturally meet in the open spaces. And all these are not designed with technical tools, but these worked really, really well. But now things are obviously changing because towns are growing fast, land is becoming expensive by the day, and different people want different things. Some people want taller buildings, while some, they want to preserve the open spaces. So public utilities like parks and drainage, they often comes in conflict with private interests. And so even if we have a very good plan on paper, it becomes difficult to implement these because of this conflict between private interests versus public interests. And this is where I think technology comes in place. For instance, we can use GIS mapping to see where water floods during the monsoon, or we can use apps to collect information on what matters for people in their neighborhood. We can use AI tools to test designs and build roads and design roads and drainage better, but we should be mindful that technology and local experience and wisdom should go hand in hand. Technology shouldn't overtake local knowledge and wisdom. And this we are doing in Bhutan with projects such as Kelifu Mindfulness City and the Thimbu Structure Plan. These plans are based on, they use culture and tradition as a foundation of design, not just concrete and roads. And because when we slow down and start observing carefully, like our farmers do, I believe that we can design places that are not just smart, but peaceful, resilient, and truly Bhutanese. Thank you, and I look forward to this discussion.
Well, we will circle back to you towards the end. Maybe, Madam, if you could.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sumitra Kale from College of Science and Technology. So basically, I'm into academics. So everything that we do in terms of architecture is related to critical thinking in terms of the context of that particular place. So when we think about design, it's about it's about people, it's about the place. So whenever we articulate any kind of a themed-based design, we make sure that the context of that particular place is respected. So with that intention, the design thinking process is being cultivated in our students. So with respect to that, at the same time, the ecosystem, the overall functionality of the whole context is also taken care. So with that, when we really think about design, it's about how we actually, benefit the site and surrounding the context. And also when we think about overall performance of the building, we really need to see how efficient the building is, how environmental friendly it is, how energy efficient it is. So all this, the avenues that we actually come in together to make a holistic design, and that's how we actually inculcate those values and those thinking process and critical analysis to our students. And at the same time, as and when they actually graduate from our institution, we make sure that they actually have a hands-on practice and training, and they can actually implement those kind of ideologies. Because since it's in architecture, it's not about just thinking and designing, it's about how you actually place those things in reality context. So most of our works are very practical, so we make sure that students are on field experience, go for a field experience, have a practical understanding of all this technical backgrounds, so that they are actually able to be market ready. So all these things are there. At the same time, there are so many things like values, cultural aspects that we need to take while designing. So all these avenues are also taken care, because we do have modules which actually reflect in terms of sustainable design or planning, in terms of astrology, in terms of vernacular architecture, based in our context. So when it comes to architecture, it's very diverse, and it is have so many ways of putting things and design into a particular field. But when it comes to Bhutanese architects and architecture, we should make sure that our culture and our identity is being taken care with at the same time the overall surrounding is being taken care, so that things are put in place in a better way.
Okay,
Thank
before I invite Sonam, I'd just like to introduce you. So Sonam heads our National Park Services. So before coming back to Yugma, so now the design is being scaled up a little bit. So from the towns to the houses, I would like Sonam to reflect on a little bit of the broader landscape which Bhutan is, placed itself, how the protected areas are designed. Also have implications on the resources in terms of now the Galifu Mindfulness City is coming up. So how do we manage all that within a broader context? If you could talk about design from a bigger landscape perspective, in addition to first introducing yourself, of course.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone, distinguished panelists, esteemed guests, and my colleagues. I am Sonam Wangdi, the Chief Forestry Officer from the Nature Conservation Division, the office that looks after the protected area system of Bhutan, which covers 52% of our country. I am not a designer or an architect by profession. I am a conservationist, a nature conservationist by profession, and a protected area planner by profession. So that way I feel that me being in this panel where we are talking about design and then about planning, I feel that it is very relevant for me to be here in terms of how we design our protected areas in the first place, how we design the ecological space, the ecological spaces that is needed by nature, how we designed those spaces, the national parks, the biological corridors. So I would like to make a mention here that it was with ecological insights, deep observation, through our various researches, through our various surveys that we conducted, and the data and the insights that we got into the ecology, our protected areas, the national parks, the wildlife sanctuaries, the biological corridors that interconnects all these protected areas were designed. So that's where the design perspective comes in from the ecological perspective. And also, I would like to, going back to the moderator's question about how we integrate nature into design, and then now taking into consideration the city that we are planning, the Gelefu Mindfulness City, and how we as nature conservationists play a role in there. I specifically to one species that I'm very much interested in, I undertook studies on elephants. I radio collared 6 elephants in that landscape and then studied their movement to understand their migratory pattern and the use of the landscape. So we have insights of how elephants, we call elephants as the architect of nature, architect of the ecosystem, the gardener of ecosystem. How elephants move in that landscape, and now with Gelefu Mindfulness City coming in, I feel that those insights are very critical, and then we are very happy and in fact very fortunate to have our visionary king who has placed importance in nature conservation, and then taken into consideration the need for space for those the species that cannot speak for themselves. So I am the spokesperson for those species, in fact. So having insights about the movement of elephants in that landscape, now the Gelefu Mindfulness City, the draft master plan that we have contributed towards the ecology part of the Gelefu Mindfulness City. I feel that the city planners, taking into consideration the need for elephants to move across the landscape, they have kept a green corridor for elephants to move through, because as you all may be knowing, the Gelefu Mindfulness City is bookended by 2 national parks, the Phipsu Wildlife Sanctuary towards the west and Royal Manas National Park in the east. So elephants from Phipsu Wildlife Sanctuary, through my study, they move across the place where the city is currently being planned, across the Gelefu landscape, and then move into Manas. So that way, our insights, our ecological study and the understanding about the need by those species of their species, I feel that that has been taken into consideration. And then, as the city's name speaks, being mindful about the need of all the species, all the sentient beings in that particular landscape. So, elephant as the representative or as the umbrella species. Gelefu Mindfulness City Authority, the GMC Authority, taking into consideration the need for those, the need for the movement of elephants and other species across the landscape, and keeping a corridor, a green corridor for those species to move across the landscape is very, very much forward-looking in terms of the design of the city itself. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Maybe we'll circle back to Yugma now. So you have a lot of experience in terms of providing all these designs, and I know that you have worked a little bit in Bhutan. In your mind, with all this experience, what are some of the things which are, as you see, which you think are the biggest opportunities here in Bhutan as you continue to design things here?
So I think the ancient houses and the structures of the country has, which are the rammed earth, new construction techniques has forgotten those. And just adapting the modern and the ancient or the other technical details, which is not appropriate to this environment, is not sustainable. So to get this country self-sustainable is to firstly accept, present, and start adapting that these are the things we have and we utilize them first, which is very necessary. If you think about the modern technology that is yet to come, still, we have abundant knowledge from the nature. If we just look at around, we have everything to understand, to mold, to structure, and to live with it. So the country, the people here, what we understand is, first, the labor-intensive work is depending on the other countries, because the people here are not technical so far. Even if there is a possibility, we have found there is a less possible interested people to get into this. So the new generation, if we give them a new technology-driven techniques to use in a construction, housing, or it's a big thing, or even it can go to the roads, any structured, any mobilities, energy, I think they can forward ahead with the technical parts. Yes, technical-driven structures is much easier for them. Sit, computer, do works.
I think these days everybody's talking about the Galifu Mindfulness City. So maybe I could continue with you and give your insights on, what are your perspectives on the city, and then maybe I'll circle back to you, Sring. Talk a little bit about how you are playing your role in GMC.
Haven't been to the place yet, but it looks very native, very connected to the nature. The structure just emerges with the nature. You cannot make out that these are the structures that the construction happened to that thing, which really liberates the knowledge there. And the way the perspective has happened for the mindfulness city is quite fascinating for the people who are coming from the outdoors, and even for the youngsters who have left the country, come back and be the part of the town, is also a very new idea of how His Majesty has perspective for that. So that's all I know for that for now.
So I'm not directly involved in Galifu Mindfulness City, but I have gone through the plans because for the infrastructure part, our department also reviews some of the documents. So like Yugma said, Galifu Mindfulness City is very infused with nature and culture. The architecture is very traditional to Bhutan. It's well preserved in the plans. And also the scale of the construction, it's very within the human scale. So the buildings are not 10-storied or 11, 12-storied, high-storied buildings, but it's very in human scale, yeah.
Now pivot over to Madam Gali. In terms of education, I know we have heard a lot about education this morning, and in terms of particularly the Royal University, with all these now, the Thimphu Paro Urban Planning Master Plan is up and running, the Galifu Mindfulness City is coming, I think Bumtang still needs to be built up, all that in light of what's happening in Bhutan. How is the Royal University positioning yourself to cater to future demands for design?
I think as of now, when it comes to Royal University of Bhutan, I think we have around 7 to 8 colleges and all across the country. So, while addressing, I think much of thing is already catered because we do have some colleges towards the eastern periphery, towards the southern, central, and the northern periphery. So I feel like we are doing.
No, I think in terms from a College of Science and Technology,
okay.
from your college. Yeah.
Okay, so based on, when it comes to College of Science and Technology, I think since we are the only engineering institute, I think we have been able to produce good engineers, and it has been, they have been doing very well, not only engineers, architects, they have been promising, and like so many engineers and architects have been working so far. And I think till now, the graduates that we have has been all absorbed in the government institutions. So not only that, I think there are so many avenues that our graduates are going to participate in the Galifu Mindfulness City as well. So I think there's so much of capacity building at the college level, and it's catering to the at a government level.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open up the questions to the floor. Before that, I want to remind the panel for the closing remarks once we are done with the questions from the floor. Maybe if you could wrap up by summing up what good design means for you, how you embrace it, and what do you see as the big challenges as you move along in your workspaces, if you could. So yeah, I would like to take questions from the floor. Yeah, you were not seen in the first one, so I see you right now, the first one, okay. Right at the back. We will go at the back first. I don't think she knows karate, but we will give her the first option.
Or, well, maybe I should follow the quorum. So again, I'm Pem Tsering. I just wanted to ask a question to Sonam, spurred on by his, lovely comment about elephants being, sort of at the center of the ecology. Badly paraphrasing. When I went to Zambia last year, I learned that elephants have this sort of, historical, I think, memory, right? And so the paths that they, travel when they migrate every year, is the same, irregardless of how you move things around, how you build roads or you don't. They continue doing that year on year, and of course we can't make them unlearn these things, right? And so, in the context of GMC being built, and as you nicely put it, it's bookended by these 2 national parks. It's good to hear that there is, provision being put in place for a path that they can continue to walk. But I think my question is this sort of historical memory of the elephants being, built in so that we are designing around their migration paths, as it were, as opposed to trying to get them to adapt to a new one, which, in Africa they've found you can't do it, right? The elephants, even at risk of death and so much worse, they keep coming back again and again and again, right? And so, in the context of what we're saying, we're here to be facilitators, for all sentient beings, right? Not just humans. So in that way, I guess wanted to ask what provision is being made, and in that sense, then, what can we do, I suppose, to facilitate that? Last year, and Tashu Benji's here, but we hosted a really great conference for tiger conservation here in this very setting, in fact, right? And I think it did a lot to raise awareness for the plight of the tigers. And in that same way, should something similar be done for elephants? Because it's not just a Bhutan problem, right? It's across the world, as it were. So just wanted to put that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Pim. In fact, a very interesting question. Yeah, elephants, if we compare ourselves to elephants, they are far more intelligent being than us. We tend to think with all the artificial support that we get, we tend to think that we are more intelligent than them, but we are not. In fact, if we consider ourselves as human alone, without the artificial intelligence aiding us, we are far less intelligent than elephants. Elephants are far more intelligent, I would say. Yeah, coming back straight to your question about how we are designing this, yes, we have considered. That's why I talked about my experience of radio collaring those elephants and tracking their movement across the landscape, and then how, what are the patterns of movement. So we have undertaken the study mainly to track their movement and then see which are the landscapes that are most commonly used. While Gelifu, the old name for Gelifu was Hatisar. Hati in India, in Indian language, or even in our southern Bhutanese, Hati is elephant. Sar is basically the habitat. So it's in fact it's elephant shed, actually, literally, if we translate it. So the whole of Gelifu, or the Gelifu landscape, was an elephant habitat. But as humans started settling in that landscape, I think elephants also adjusted their movement. Of course, we do get occasional conflict where elephants come into human species, and then that's where the human-elephant conflict arises. So we have taken into consideration all those, and then furthermore, we are now coming up with the principles of wildlife-friendly infrastructures. Right now, we are actively involved in the road that is being planned to be built from Gelifu to Taretang. So the road design has taken into consideration all those that, not just elephant, but considering all other smaller mammals and other smaller reptiles as well. So the road design, because the road is being built in Gelifu Mindfulness City, we have to be mindful of how we build the road. So we are actively participating in the design of the road, and then the road is being built as an elephant-friendly or wildlife-friendly infrastructure, where the movement need of the elephant is taken into consideration, and movement need not just for elephants but other species are also taken into consideration. For example, that particular landscape also has golden langurs. So now we are going to come up with aerial bridges to facilitate movement of golden langur from one side of the road to the other. So similar to that, culverts are being designed in a way that would facilitate the movement of smaller mammals, and bridges are being built, designed to be built in a way that would facilitate the movement of elephant across the landscape. So very soon we will have our national guideline for the wildlife-friendly infrastructure principles. So with that, I'm pretty sure we are considering not just the human needs, but the need of other species that inhabits the landscape as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonam. I'll take the question from the gentleman in the front.
Thank you so much. Daniel Fong from Hong Kong. This is really a follow-up to Pam Shering's very pointed question. And I wonder whether actually human beings, Homo sapiens, can build roads, highways, which are, as it were, elephant-friendly or other mammal-friendly. Because if you look at the experience for the past 100 years in the Columbia River, just to take one example, Columbia River in Washington State, United States, where they were so successful in damming the Columbia River that salmon could not spawn. They could not swim upstream, and they die because they continue year after year, decade after decade to go upstream, to spawn, and they will not take no for an answer. So after a century of this type of treatment of the natural species, eventually the policy was to demolish all the dams. And that is the most effective way of redressing the ecological imbalance, and the most efficient way, I think, or most effective way to address the question of climate justice or climate injustice or human injustice inflicted on natural species whose habitat we, so-called Homo sapiens, I suppose we should call ourselves Homo non-sapiens, have actually invaded their habitat, destroyed their means to survive and to sustain. And when they supposedly encroach on our farmland, in fact, we're encroaching on their territory, we say they're a menace, and we therefore take steps to eradicate that menace. I wonder whether we have moved beyond this 20th century or 19th century mindset into the Gelefu mindset, which is actually to respect not just other human beings, not just indigenous people, but actually indigenous species which inhabit the land on which we have encroached without their consent or permission.
Thank you. I think I will leave Sonam out of this because otherwise I will get accused of two middle-aged conservationists taking away the conversation, so to say. So I'm going to ask our planners here and also Yugma, bring them to bear on how do you look at natural systems, and when you're building a human system, how do you incorporate these natural elements? What are the principles there? So maybe all three of you. And then, of course, I'll give Sonam the last word because I still have to work with him a lot. So you can have the last word.
So yeah, when we do our plans, when we make plans for the towns or any human settlement, it's important. One of the important planning principle is like ecological design and integrating ecology and environment in the planning principle. So, for instance, how we do that in the Thimphu structure plan, the revised Thimphu structure plan is usually when we plan, we take out the environmentally fragile areas like the steep slopes, the flood. We don't have floodplains in Thimphu, but the areas along the major rivers and the major streams, like perennial streams, because those are like the natural drainage, stormwater drainage, especially during the monsoon season. So if we allow development into the environmentally sensitive areas, then we are asking for disaster. That's when like landslides and also like the flooding comes into play.
So when it comes to overall planning in terms of urban planning, so basically I feel like there should be a proper regional planning so that there is certain kind of ecological corridor set in for the wildlife or any kind of setting that is there. So just to benefit the ecological setting of that particular place. So basically, it's more to do with the overall planning of that city or that particular vicinity area so that it actually facilitates all this wildlife, and it also protects the natural environment. So that's how things are done in the at a planning level, and also maybe we can also look into the mixed-use planning so that it actually helps not only for the other settings, but also for people to have a very comfortable and a harmonious setting in their settlement.
I'll give you one example. When I was studying, my teacher told me most of the students with me were over 50 years in architecture when I was studying in London. So I asked my teacher, why is that? And he said that architecture is an experience that you learn after a certain age. It is an observation that you know what is the life of a human and a life you're living with the other humans. So that is the very first important things we understand as, I need to preserve this as a deep observation, not to reach at 50, but now. With all these technology and the details we have, as fast as possible we can reach there. So for ecological, we must see how the first human is required things there, and what is not needed is not given overloaded to them. Because one human cannot manage 2 acres of land alone. They need a human hands more than that. The only thing is that they have to observe and put it into the design. Or as a designer, I do that. I do not overburden to the human. I don't even put one single extra steps to raise. So that is a small, minute details. We could put it from the ecological design to a small, minute.
Do you want to have a last say on this?
Yeah, I think, like I said, thank you for your remarks. It's a wonderful support to what I said. In fact, getting out of this 19th century or the 20th century mindset, I think it may not be possible, but I think it is possible to reduce the impact of how we build the infrastructure, how mindfully we are constructing the infrastructure, how ecological considerations are being made. So that here is an opportunity. I see the Gelipo Mindfulness City as an opportunity where we show to the world. So in the early 70s, by our visionary fourth king, he came up with a different philosophy of defining economic development through the GNH principles. Now, here we are in the 20th century with His Majesty as his successor, leading Gelipo Mindfulness City, where we are trying to operationalize the concept of GNH, where we are taking into consideration the ecological needs, the need for niches, the spaces for nature, and how we design our infrastructure, taking into consideration the ecological insights. So I think this is an opportunity where we redefine. We may not be able to do completely do away with the mindset, but I think how we redefine there, it is an opportunity for us. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have one more question. There are two hands. So maybe I will give first to the one in Go, because he's traditionally attired, and then maybe you in the front. Yeah. Could we maybe have the questions together, and then we could see how to answer?
First of all, thank you so much for the opportunity. Now, as a primary educationalist, we feel like all of these values are inevitable to be like inculcated for the young children. But the only concern is that they are mostly like into the like modern technologies, the artificial intelligence and all. So they tend to neglect the traditional values, mainly because of their interests, their hobbies and all. So they seem to get bored and all. So may we get some advice on how like we can like convince the younger generations to like balance both traditional and digital altogether, so that they could like sustain all of these insights?
That's a loaded question. It should have gone to the first panel, but yeah, we'll try. Yeah, maybe gentlemen, you in the front. You had your hands up, yeah.
My question is about communities and how you design a city not just for the ecosystems but for humans as part of an ecosystem. So communities in the countryside are quite easy to define by space, but communities in cities are dynamic and they are not necessarily designed for space. And also, the mistakes we've made in the West is we've disconnected our communities in the urban environment from communities in the rural environment. How do you design mindfulness the concept of community? And since it was so important in the first presentation on gross national happiness, how do we design for community for the 21st century, for mindfulness?
You want to tackle it?
Okay, if we talk about how we actually built a mindful city, so basically it's basically starts with the overall master plan, the planning of the particular city. So when we actually do that, what we do have so many guidelines in place, so green infrastructure or traditional Buddhist guidelines, but at the same time, when we build in the overall structure plan, we make sure there is a mixed use planning, proper land use planning, and for green space, for recreational space, for educational institution, for residential institutions. So when we actually have a proper planning or a zoning of a particular place with proper ideas or proper concept of that particular contextual city, or that particular, keeping in mind the culture or the history or the overall setting of that particular place, then I think we will definitely come with a proper mindful city, because we do have a very rich architecture. So we do have a good inspiration to take in from the traditional Buddhist architecture and the vernacular architecture. So I think if we really engross ourselves in all this avenue, from the planning level, in an overall planning, master plan level, to our architecture context, I think it's not something that we cannot achieve. So I feel it's doable based on all these parameters that we need to take care. And at the same time, if we really look into how we can design in our context at this juncture, is to actually have a mindful city, at the same time a healthy city, where we can actually build in, healthy city in a way that it's very comfortable for people to live in, for people to commute. All this infrastructure in terms of transportation networks, and everything has to be set aligned. So I think it's doable. At the same time, when it comes to AI or a parametric design, what we can do is, there are so many things that that are in place today. So things can be put in a very simpler manner, because there are so many parameters and algorithms that we can fit in and actually help us navigate or infer certain kind of details and data that could actually help us in executing those kind of ideologies and those kind of concepts, those kind of rich ideas that we have in our own setting. I think that's doable. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think in the interest of time, because I promised to be efficient, and also I know that our master of ceremony really likes his tea. So we are going to have closing remarks from all our panelists and then try to wrap up this session. Yeah, maybe Sonam can start first and then I can sort of wrap this up.
Yes, thank you. In the closing, I would like to say that ecological insight, what I have talked about, is not just a science. It's a way of seeing, feeling, and building. And if Bhutan is to lead the world in balancing development with nature, then every brick we lay must respect the root it stands on. Conservation and construction should not be seen as separate realms, but it must speak to each other in every step and in every way. So that way, I feel that the panelists out here, including myself, we need to think about how we bring in the best of the collaborations among these agencies. I, as a nature conservationist, and Tsering as the urban planner, and the other, and the other panelists with the insights of how we take into consideration the deep observation into the design. So that way, I feel that it shouldn't just stop with the panel discussion or with some statements, but we need to move forward and then see the best of the collaborations among these agencies so that we get what we are talking about. Thank you.
Okay, since I'm from the education background, so I feel like when we are actually designing, implementing certain kind of ideologies, it's our grounding, it's a platform where we can actually, we can actually fuse in information and knowledge and transfer all these avenues, and actually they can actually go ahead and implement all these ideas and ideologies that actually come in from different stakeholders, because at the end of the day we are actually going to make a healthy or a beautiful city in a ecological, in a very comfortable ecological manner. So I think this is a platform where we can really work together to bring the best out of our cities. Thank you.
I would like to say one thing, that we need to stop at one place to stop construction. We take a pause and we think first before going to the next step. Even thinking do we really need another mindful city or not? These are the questions I think we should sit and come to the conclusion and think about it, whether there's too much construction already been done. You cannot remove it. It's a national disaster. The materials has been used. So we just take a pause. I think that's the one.
Yeah, so from everything that we have discussed here today, I think one thing is really clear. Good design and good planning, it doesn't start with some fancy tools or some top-down policy. It starts with something very simple, paying attention. Paying attention to the land, paying attention to how people live day to day, and how spaces can make people feel comfortable, safe, and human. And in Bhutan, we already have strong cultural roots. We understand our environment better, and we have the wisdom that supports that decision. So all that's left is to put all this into action. And I feel that when we observe with care, we can design with care, and that's what makes a place not just look good, but also feel good to live in. And I feel that I hope we can all move ahead with this mindset. Thank you.
Thank you, La. It's been a great pleasure to host this panel session. I know I'm not a designer, but I've learned a lot. And hopefully it was interesting for the audience. I think it was yesterday, I think the Vice Chancellor of the Royal University mentioned something about Maslow's theory, I think, the hierarchy of human needs, where human needs are sort of vertically stacked with physiological needs for food, water, shelter at the base. And then moving upwards towards an increasing need for understanding ourselves. A progression from the material to the spiritual, I think that's been a common theme across this 2 days conference, I think. To me personally, I think an inclusive design process, of course, should include and fulfill all the needs across this vertical gradient. Where good designs, I think like this hall, should leave us with a renewed sense of hope. I think that's the idea. Of course, observation, good design then needs to be built on observation, built on planning, built on AI. Today, we didn't even get a chance to discuss material and the 3D printing and all these frontier technologies which are out there and which needs to be scaled up and leveraged and all that. We don't have time for that, unfortunately. And ultimately, I think design should help us heal. I think there's a beautiful TED Talk, Architecture to Heal. I would encourage you all to look it up. It's a beautiful talk. I forget the name of the architect. And it should definitely help us both heal ourselves and the planet by creating spaces which empower us all. So hopefully this has been really good for all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists and our moderator, Ngawang Nobusa, for keeping things in check. And it was an engaging discussion, something that will have to all the designers and planners and architects need to be really mindful when you're talking about designs and all. All right, tea time now. I'm sure we had a long morning. Enjoy some refreshment, go stretch your leg, have a good chat. But it is 11:33. 11:48, we start the next session, just 15 minutes left. can we start gathering back to our seats now? We'll begin with the post-tea session. Ladies and gentlemen, please return back to your seats. You can carry your tea and snacks with you now. I hope the tea was just the right kind of refreshment. Some of you all are still munching at the back. I might have to ask the Dungar estate to put a speaker at the tea and dining area as well so that the voice reaches right at the back. We'll resume. Please be seated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you all ready? Ready? Who all are not ready? Maybe you all need 15 more minutes? And we shorten the lunch by 30 minutes later. Okay, welcome back everyone. We will resume with a panel discussion. It's going to be a fascinating panel discussion. It's on social codes and place-based laws. So this session will look at how laws and social reforms inspired by geomancy and cultural wisdom can help guide development that truly fits the place it serves. And rather than the strict top-down rules, the panel discussion now will explore ideas about trust-based, flexible codes that cover everything from ecology to personal conduct. The panel will consider how AI, geospatial technology can support these evolving local systems. I can see some of you are still enjoying your tea, but I'd like to invite Sneha Podar to take over for the next 50 minutes left. 45 minutes, I beg your pardon. Sneha, the floor is now yours.
Okay. Right, good morning. So may I invite the panelists on the floor. Ms. Pema Lamo, she's the founder of Bhutan Transparency Society and also former member of National Council of Bhutan. Yale Wouters, he's from Royal Thimphu College and has been researching on social policies for the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. Mr. Daniel Fung, who's the former Solicitor General of Hong Kong, and Sonam Gelson, who has been working as field officer on ground with Tariana Foundation. All right. So I think the MC has set the context already for this session, that how in the evolving times like today, especially with also the advent of AI and Bhutan being a society that is pursuing GNH, how our social codes and laws can evolve to match the realities of our time and also to match the grassroots reality. So if I may start with Yale, and if you can give, maybe I'll give you all 2 to 3 minutes to give your opening remarks and your ideas and suggestions on this. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to start by thanking the organizers for hosting this wonderful event, as well as for inviting me to be a part of this. I'm a little nervous because Dashot Sewang Tandin, my former boss, is just sitting in the third row, so I will try not to look at him too much. So my name is Jelle Wouters, and I'm serving as the Director of Research and Development at Royal Thimphu College. I've been serving in Bhutan for over a decade now, but I still feel I know very little. And for me, these 2 days are all about learning. What I want to talk about very briefly is perhaps legal innovation. I think the weakness of our legal system is that they are distinctly human-centric. They are involved with humans only. But what we see in Bhutan in terms of the cultural and spiritual landscape are the ingredients of what we might call more than human ethics, or perhaps a more than human social contract, or multi-species justice, in which we recognize other than humans, be they plants, be they animals, be they glaciers, mountains, or lakes, as objects of injustice, and therefore also as subjects of justice. In Bhutan, what I've learned over the years working with my colleagues and students in the various research projects we undertake is that mountains are also deities, that plants are recognized to have a certain agency, a certain intentionality, perhaps even a consciousness. And the same applies to the elements, the same applies to animals. So to think of society in the context of Bhutan is to think of a more than human society. To think of happiness is to think of more than human happiness.
And yet our academic structures, our government structures, our legal structures are not necessarily open to expand the horizon of law, of ethics, and justice to other than humans. And yet, and this is my final remark, if the Anthropocene, our current epoch of socio-ecological unraveling, tells us one thing, it is that our current ethical reasoning, our current systems of thinking about justice are not equipped, or rather, they have failed us. So we can think about climate treaties, we can think about new agreements, but what we really need is a new planetary ethics. And I feel that Bhutan might have a lot to teach the world about what it might mean to pursue not just human well-being, but more than human well-being. I leave it at that.
It is indeed a big honor for me to be a part of this very insightful meeting in this wonderful place, the Tunkarsong. I hope I will be able to meet the expectations of the participants, to talk my thoughts, to share my thoughts on social codes and place-based laws for aligning GNH. So I would like to take you on a journey with me to a very remote village in Bhutan, where a community of maybe 15 households are living together. In that community, the elders are well respected. They're very happy. They are not, depressed, undergoing depression, or in need of any further support systems. They are well contained. Young children in that village are equally happy, equally satisfied, and the adults are going on with their daily chores without anybody telling them what they need to do. So this is a village in Bhutan. And if you ask why it is like that, there's harmony, there's resilience, there's happiness, and there's peace, well-being. And if you ask why it is like that, the answer lies in, I think, the social codes that are in place. The social codes which do not dictate people to behave in certain ways or not to behave in certain ways. But it is a norm of life, it is a way of behavior which has been amalgamated or which has been accumulated from various attitudes, values, and beliefs of the society. So it is a part of the way of life. Then you look at how things are managed in this particular village. People herd cattle. People do agriculture farming. And they also engage in religious activities. And there is no, like today we call people for meeting, this and that. There's no need of doing that. If it is the first month of the Bhutanese calendar, people know that it is Dawa Dangpa and a very auspicious religious month. Automatically, everybody starts to engage in ritual practices. And then, how these ritual practices are organized, again, there are no laws or written bylaws as such, but the community rules. This household will bring this commodity, this household, this. Everything is unwritten, but in practice, the rules are there. So they conduct that. That finishes. Come irrigation time, because it's May, June, July, paddy cultivation time. What happens is there's no confusion about the irrigation system. They have the irrigation systems put in place by the community themselves. And they know that today it is my turn to irrigate my field. Tomorrow it is my neighbor's. And similarly, so it is very smooth, the irrigation, the distribution of water is very smooth. And this is because although no written coded laws are there, but the practice is there, rules are there. So this facilitates the conduct of any sort of activities or management of even the smallest things in the rural community. Now today, if we look at laws, we think laws are there. We tend to look at laws as very punitive and associated with punishments, rather than taking laws as a foundation for happiness. I think we must look at the values, the laws of the nature, of the country, of a village. In Bhutan, the formal laws have entered quite recently, actually. I think the first coded laws came into being since Shabdung times, and which were based on Thadamsi, Lejumde, Gewachudu, Migewachudu, all that, the spiritual beliefs. And then the formal law system in Bhutan was introduced during the time of the third king, and in the form of Timshin Chenmo. These were the formal law system. But even if then, which gradually was replaced by the constitution of the Kingdom of Bhutan with the advent of democracy in the country. So today, if we look at how things are done at the village level in more traditional manners. They still continue with the social value codes that they uphold. A young person or anybody will remove their hat without anybody telling them if they see an elder passing by or if they see a senior passing by, citizen passing by. Today, just recently, I was driving on the roads of Thimphu, and there we have so many zebra crossings, and then people are meant to cross from that space. But if you go, you will always come across, again, people who try to cross where there's no zebra crossing. And these are, like the adherence. Why? Because I think for laws to be effective, for rules to be effective, it has to be ingrained in our value system. And how much do our people, do Bhutanese, understand the new rules, regulations, legislations being put in place by the state, by the legislatures? How many of us understand the value of these laws? So I think if we have to, and then correlating these laws with happiness, in my opinion, laws, rules, legislation should be the foundation of happiness. Because without this foundation, without this adherence to, like the rules, the regulations, the laws, the bylaws, every individual could act, could behave in whatever manner or ways one wants, and this could infringe onto the happiness and well-being of other people. So I would leave at this for the time being.
I think you raise a very important point, that how laws play a very important role in shaping the individual consciousness in the society. And we'll come back to that, but before that, I'd like to hear from you, Daniel, your thoughts on this subject.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to thank Bhutan for inviting me here. I'd like to thank my very good friend, Tan Sri, Andrew Sheng, through whose good offices I got involved. And I've known Andrew since 1993, and he was actually the best man at my wedding. So I owe a lot to Andrew. He's a mentor. He's also a colleague with whom I work closely. And I want to say, what a privilege it is for me to be in the Kingdom of Bhutan. This is my first visit, and it's a humbling experience and a learning experience. I come from 40 years working in Hong Kong together with the People's Republic of China. I went from starting my first series of public lectures in Beijing in 1985, 40 years ago to today. So my life experience actually straddled both Hong Kong as a classical British Crown colony and now, of course, a special administrative region of China. And to me, this is a very deep learning experience. And what I learned from the past 40-odd years is the value of deep listening. I think my 11 years spent in the UK when I was growing up between 1967 and 1978 taught me a very different paradigm, the Western educational paradigm. And I ended up eventually with 2 degrees, probably too many. I ended up with a qualification as a member of the English Bar. I practiced in London at the English Bar. But coming back to Hong Kong in '78, which was the year China opened up, and this was serendipity. It was not planned. No one had any idea that Deng Xiaoping would announce in December of 1978 the opening up of China. Life is serendipity, and I got very quickly involved in the drafting of our new constitution between 1985 and 1990. As someone who knew really very little, but thinking with my Western 11 years education UK that I was an expert, clearly I was not. So the humility that I was taught over the past 40 years is really my hallmark. It's tattooed into, I think, my soul and my spirit, and is part of my dharma. I think I was born and brought up as a member of the Church of England. I was baptized at a month old, but today I consider myself, if I may, a practicing Buddhist, because my life journey has taught me the importance of humility. The 5 years we spent drafting our constitution, the basic law, taught me that actually listening deeply is much, much more important than speaking or pontificating or showing off your Western learning. I ended up, when Chris Patten became our last governor, serving in his government. I was his Solicitor General, in fact, the first person of Chinese extraction to serve as Solicitor General in Hong Kong, which is, I guess, a shocking statement to make, because this is very, very recent history. I carried on serving the new government under C.H. Tung when Hong Kong became a special administrative region in China. I took an academic sabbatical. I taught at Harvard Law School and Yale Law School, and the bravest decision I made in my life was to transfer from Harvard to Yale. And everybody on the East Coast of the United States were shocked that I actually made that particular transition. Coming back to Hong Kong, I worked on constitution building in Laos and in Cambodia under the auspices of UNDP, together with the American Bar Association. And then I was put on the CPPCC, the national body, which is China's upper house. And I've served there for 20 years. I was termed out in 2023, so I'm now a free agent. I can speak, obviously, my mind, and the Hong Kong government has asked me to work in their Financial Services Development Council, which is a government think tank. Now, I say all this to demonstrate that life is unplanned. Destiny is unplanned, but I think there is really a deep purpose to everybody's existence. And I feel extremely privileged. I'm very grateful to Bhutan for having me here. And for me here, it's a learning process. But I'd like to share, if I may, later on in this panel, some of my insights, and hopefully they can help shed some light as to the journey, the very important journey that Bhutan is undergoing today.
Your Excellency, Dashos, distinguished speakers from both Bhutan and abroad, a very warm good afternoon. I started my career as a field officer with Narayana Foundation, and the points that I'm going to speak here would be mostly from the perspective from a person who have seen first in hand the challenges of the rural communities, the values and the ethics that binds all the Bhutanese. And through this experience, I would like to speak a bit on the social codes, especially the Bhutanese society is very much rooted with our traditional culture and the ethics, and that really aligns with the developmental philosophy of cross-national happiness. And over the years, as we go to the rural communities and serve, we are always reminded of the values of Narayana, the core values, the compassion, dignity, and the integrity. With these values, we go and serve our people who are really in need. And the values, especially in the rural context, there are certain values like Dilam Namsha. It's very prominent, and we can even see here that normally the boys wear go and women, they wear kira. And this is our traditional dress code. And other is respect to elders and the hospitality of the rural communities when they receive guests from outside. And these are some of the unique values that our rural people still practice. And among these unique values like the community help, we call it Lejum and Lemi. And another concept is the Shabdolemi. And this is something very unique that has been practiced over centuries. And now if we talk about the Lejum and the Dejum, it basically talks about a community help for each other, starting from construction of house to conducting a ritual. Everybody comes together as a community. And through these events, a lot of community vitality and social cohesion has been created. And even for the kids, there isn't anybody who actually dictates somebody, or especially kids, to learn and force them to acquire the values. It's the environment that they are brought up. It's a natural acquisition. It's the natural instinct that comes. And these are some of the values. And even if we look at the Shabdolemi, it's the voluntarily labor contribution. And it still exists in our rural communities. And these are something unique, voluntary support that community members provide within their community as well as for the government projects. And now, as a field officer, we simply don't go to the community and dictate the way of their life, but rather we go there and mobilize and facilitate their life so that whatever projects that we implement in their villages, they benefit from all the outputs that we deliver through the projects. And these are some of the things as a field officer, we try to empower those rural communities. And these are some of the values that really keeps us and sets us unique from the rest of the world. And I feel these are some of the values that we really need to inculcate and promote, and this will gradually help in promoting the 4 pillars of GNH, the conservation of the environment, the preservation of the culture, the sustainable development, and these are some of the things that we are doing at the moment.
Thank you so much for those wonderful introductions and remarks. To set the context and for the further discussion, the question that I would like to bring in is that in the age of Anthropocene right now, the biggest challenge in front of us is to live within planetary and social boundaries. While we have made a lot of advancement in physical technologies like in terms of AI or innovations, but social technologies or our laws has not advanced with that pace. So how the legal system can advance so that we can develop within the ecological and social boundaries of the planet and also of the bioregion, of the village and of the cities. So how can we do that? If any insights on that, yes. Sure.
Sorry, if I may just kickstart the debate, and I'm sure my colleagues would have a lot to contribute here. I think we start with the humility of deep listening or deep observation, as we heard from the last panel. I think when I first started getting involved in China's legal modernization, China was devastated after the Cultural Revolution, which officially ended in October 1976 with the death of Mao Zedong. And at that stage, China had no laws to speak of, and 38 lawyers for a country at that stage of close to 1 billion in population. And you can see what immense, unimaginable challenges that country faced. And as somebody educated overseas in the Western milieu, Western tradition, we tend to lecture. We tend to present our point of view as the received truth from centuries following the European Enlightenment, and we thought that was the true path. What I learned was, in fact, the deep value of deep listening, because you cannot dismiss 5,000 years of civilization at one blow and say, look, just westernize. It doesn't work. And therefore, in order to start adding value to a system, you need to understand the system to begin with. You can't say, I now graft some new branches onto this 5,000-year-old tree trunk and expect those branches to flourish. That was a lesson I learned. So I learned humility. I did not learn that in my 11 years in the UK, and subsequently my years in the United States at a much older period of my life. It wasn't a particular approach that Western civilization taught us. But I think in Asia, we need to recognize the wisdom of the generations. And that deep listening is the foundation of any reform we can advocate.
Yeah, I think what I understand from you is that it is very important for us to deeply listen to the communities, to deeply observe the surroundings, and based on that, devise our social codes and laws. So just to share an example, living in Himalayas, I have observed this, and I think Sonam and Gitanjali today morning also presented that most of the buildings in Himalayas are being built by cement and concrete as materials, but that is not bioregionally suitable. And a lot of it is, the building codes were responsible for it because the building codes were devised in such a manner that they didn't control the development of such cement and concrete buildings in this region, while they must have done so. And I think that is where the deep listening and deep observation is important, that what is really important for this bioregion to develop and to develop holistically and operationalize well-being. And with that, I'll go to Yel. Yes.
Thank you. I would like to build upon this notion of deep listening by adding that we also require a deep listening to the land. We require a deep listening to mountains, to glaciers, to lake, and to other than humans. They may not necessarily speak in a language we are yet able to understand, but perhaps AI will actually help us to understand the speech of other than humans. I know of some advances in which scientists are able to gradually decode the language of whales by using artificial intelligence. So perhaps in a not so far away future, we are able to actually speak with species other than our own. But that to the side. In Bhutan, as what I have had the privilege of learning over the years, most communities know that they are not living in human-only communities. They're living together with other actors, with other agents, who are also equally part of social lives that are deeply shared. Now, ultimately, the law is a reflection of our values. What we see today is that there are tremendous advancements in technology, in artificial intelligence, and they take place in the context of the Anthropocene. The Anthropocene is, as the Indian novelist Amitav Ghosh has put it, a failure of our imagination, our ability to live well together, both with fellow humans and with other than humans. It's also a failure of ethics. It's a failure of our sense of justice. So the way I see this moving forward is in terms of legal innovation and more than human justice, opening up our legal system, opening up our justice system to the needs and the rights of beings who are not necessarily human. And there are already legal innovations in different parts of the world. In New Zealand, there is a river that is now accorded legal personhood by the government of New Zealand, recognizing it as an ancestor of the indigenous Maori. In parts of Latin America, in Colombia, Bolivia, and Ecuador, the Amazon and certain mountains are now enshrined in the constitution as subjects of rights. Closer to home, in India, there are two, or at least two glaciers who have also been accorded legal status. They are recognized as persons. And it's very strange that we have not done so earlier. After all, we are recognizing companies as legal persons. That makes actually no sense. But suddenly, when we ask to recognize mountains and lakes as legal persons, there are all kinds of objections that this is ridiculous. This is not possible. But my provocation for this session would be that the Anthropocene demands of us that we open up our way of thinking about justice and ethics beyond the narrow confines of the human. And this needs a lot of thinking, obviously. It's easier said than done. But when I speak with my students about this, I often draw the comparison to the French Revolution. 50 years before the French Revolution, the idea that all humans are born equal, that was unthinkable. That was not an acceptable idea. But after the French Revolution, that became the norm, right? And today to say that we are not politically equal is not something one is willing to say, at least not in public. So if we initiate these discussions today, perhaps in a generation or two, it will be equally common knowledge that ethics and justice should transcend the confines of the human.
Thank you, thank you. Any other comments from you?
think my two colleagues on my left and right have covered most part of the answer to the moderator's question, but I would just like to draw our attention on the purpose of the legal system itself. Because to me, whether we have advanced along with time or ahead of time or are we behind is a very deep question, and I think there would not be any answers to that. So what I would like to draw the attention of everyone here today is what the purpose of having legal systems. What is the purpose? I think if we can define the purpose of having legal systems, then all else will evolve around that. And this also goes back to the my colleagues' mention on importance of listening and observation. So I leave it at that.
Thank you, thank you. So now we'll open the floor for the questions, but before that, for the closing remarks, if you could think of how AI and the latest tools can, help operationalize this place-based laws at scale, how we can use latest technologies to deeply listen and deeply observe and put place-based social codes and laws together. Any questions?
Thank you for the opportunity. My question would go to anyone, but I would like to specifically ask the Bhutanese speakers here. Law and order is nothing new, especially in human civilization. And the idea of law enforcement has been there ever since humans decided to be a civilization. But in Bhutan, law and order, like specifically someone to uphold the laws, written laws, might be relatively new if you compare it to other places around the world. And my question is, why is there a generational idea of when you look at law or people who uphold the law, there's a kind of, I'm afraid of it kind of, and I may be a part of society, but I may not speak for everyone here. And a personal experience is, if I give an example, back then in Finnsling, I was staying with my uncle and auntie, and the neighbors upstairs were having a fight because their younger son was intoxicated, I don't know, drugs or maybe alcohol. And I heard that there was a baby up there, and I didn't want the baby to be harmed in any way, so I was thinking about calling the police, but then again, I was afraid by the time if the police get here and they resolved it, and then the police might ask, why did you call us? And I was thinking that, I would be in a position where they would ask me why I called them, so I was kind of afraid. And I think maybe other people might be afraid because they see law enforcement and they might be kind of feeling. And I wanted to know, is there a reason why this kind of, I wouldn't say generation, but this kind of view of society towards law enforcement? Because when you look at law enforcement, you're supposed to feel safe and protected rather than you see them feel scared, turn the other way around is what usually happens when I see it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
They probably just discard, or having the safe harbor issues. Can you please help the community here think through this very difficult step?
Okay, just one last question there at the back.
Thanks a lot to all the speakers. And
Pema Lamo has painted such a really lovely and evocative portrait of how legal consciousness here is really grounded in practice, l'étude, and understanding the relationship between people. And of course, Dr. Wuther is more than people, right? Also the environment and other creatures. And so I'm curious to hear the panel's perspective on how policymakers who are so far removed from some of these contexts by necessity and structure can appreciate these really dear binds of obligation, et cetera. Thanks.
With your permission, perhaps I can answer Tan Sri's question first, because I think it's a paradox of human constructs, particularly the law, which is a human construct, a social construct, that law plays catch up to societal change and to social transformation and also to technological innovation. Now, of course, in the continental tradition, the European legal tradition, you tend to establish encyclopedic codes to anticipate future governance. But we know from reality it doesn't work. Otto von Bismarck, the great statesman who unified over 200 different German states in 1870-71, thought that Parliament only needs to meet once. They would legislate and they could be disbanded. Now, that was Bismarck's vision. And we understand that reality is not like that. So perhaps you could say Dharma is not like that. And therefore, to Andrew's question, can we anticipate? We try. We try, and one way we try to do this today in the 21st century, and I think Bhutan is a prime example of this, is how to do intergenerational justice. Because we know that the present generation and previous generations, going way back definitely to the Industrial Revolution and beyond, to the Columbian voyages, 1492, when Spaniards basically devastated the New World, exploited native riches and treasures in order to boost the treasury back in old Europe, specifically in Spain, for the imperial expansion. Now, how do we break out of that mental straitjacket? I think the key is intergenerational justice, because the sins of the forefathers, including people of my generation, have to be paid for, because next gen do not accept what we do, no reason for them to. Next gen actually wants to make a difference, and I want to just root this in practicality, not just theory. In fact, in yesterday's panel discussion preceded by Sanjit's lecture, and I had the privilege of following up with them over dinner last night. In fact, the very subject they talked about, social stock exchanges, social values, and how blended finance can effect a transition into a post-carbon global economy, was the very subject discussed for 5 days at the Rockefeller Center in Bellagio, Lake Como, in which I had the privilege to lead a discussion on blended finance. So we need to think beyond the present straitjacket as to how to deal with current social economic problems. We need to look at intergenerational justice, how we make the world a better place. And I don't want to say any more because it's a very complicated subject and I don't want to take up more time. But I do think the law itself has to transition from something rigid, something as it were vertical, top down, into something that's living, that responds to social needs, and not just current social needs, but future generational needs. And that is exactly what people like my son say to me. So I'm a student, I'm a lifelong student of that particular process.
Yes. Thank you, Daniel, for that. I think it's very important, the intergenerational justice that needs to be brought. And in your closing remarks, I would like to hear that what is one practical step that we can take at this moment and how AI can help aid that in the coming future?
Kickstart that response. I mean, I think we need to use AI obviously as a tool, not as a master, but we can use AI to map out myriad, multifarious scenarios. And we need to engineer, if we possibly can, a path forward which does not lead to annihilation and destruction. Because we need to balance equity with, as it were, plurality. We cannot monopolize as Homo sapiens all the resources of this single planet of ours. And we cannot, as it were, bank on Elon Musk moving everybody to Mars, and that is not his vision either. So let's be realistic. We need to do what we can to create an equitable, just ecosystem and paradigm that allows Homo sapiens to continue and coexist with other species, because other species are also sentient, as we heard from the last panel. We cannot assume that, oh, because you can't speak English, therefore you're not human, or you can't speak any human language, therefore you're just a dog, you're nothing. That's not true. We know that. We need to have that humility.
Thank you. So we have actually run out of time, but would like your closing remarks, and in those closing remarks, if you can address also the questions that we had from two other participants on the floor. And I think, Dasha, you have a question? Yeah, also.
Thank you. I would like you to remain in the good books of our MC, our excellent moderator. You talked about artificial intelligence. It's more as a poser rather than any answer. Artificial intelligence is no match for natural stupidity. And we all talked about laws, the sanctity of law. I wish we had more time, that the laws have to be based on morality. In this age of Anthropocene, our meteorite is coming. Dinosaurs have been wiped out, which is in the form of climate change. Do we need artificial intelligence to bring law to its moral substrate? Thank you.
Closing remarks on that?
I would agree with Dasho and add that this moral substrate should include the rights and protection and agency and intentionality, not only of humans, but also of other than humans.
Not really as a closing remark, but I would also like to, I think the gentleman there asked a question specifically to the Bhutanese participants. Just like to give my thoughts on that. Why you are so afraid of law in Bhutan? I think we should ask ourselves, are our laws, and I think I go back again to the questions that I asked, the purpose of the laws, the legislations itself. If we don't understand why there are laws in the first place, how do you adhere to them? But the other issue to this is, whenever we talk of laws, regulations, we look at it from this perspective of like punishment. You do this or you get punished, and this is the punishment. From my very brief experience as a lawmaker, I think this was something, an oversight that we had. When we were so excited in, writing so many laws, I think during our time, we wrote the most legislations in the 5 years that we had. You just write, without really delving, without listening, without observing, and taking examples, because most of the laws are in areas that are, I think, new to the Bhutanese context, and then we just copy-paste without contextualizing it to our systems. And how well this will be received, this will benefit the, not just the people, but the ecosystem, the Bhutanese ecosystem at a larger point. So we did that, and perhaps it is perhaps now is the time, because we are advancing into an area of being mindfulness. I think 2 days we had talks on being mindful about this, mindful about that. And perhaps now it is time to be mindful about individual rights and the rights of the other sentient beings living in that ecosystem. So I would like to leave it at this.
Moving on to the last remark, Tarayana in the last 2 decades, alongside working with the grassroots people, we have been developing bylaws, especially in context to groups that we form. And those bylaws are created and enforced by the local community to resolve the issues they face in their day-to-day life, and also to inculcate the sense of ownership within the community. And through this process, like, people are well aware of their responsibilities and the role as a community members and the role as a citizen of the country. And through this process, it's the clauses in the bylaws are all unanimously accepted and adopted by all the members in the group. And they set a certain rules that can guide their behavior and protect themselves from going against the rules within the community. Especially the one example could be the water user group that we form in all the villages. And Tarayana has been working tirelessly to restore water in most of the villages in the country. And after we provide our targeted interventions to those communities, we sit with them, we facilitate, but we do not dictate the clauses that needs to be included in the bylaws, but rather it's their interest and their share of concern for the other members. And through this process, they elect the chairman, the secretary, the treasurer, and the plumber who will look after the water resource. And this actually guides every members in that locality to abide by the rules and then follow for the interest of the larger communities. And these values are quite important for any developmental activities, and developmental activities should start from the top, bottom up, instead of from the top. So for this matter, I would like to propose that the values that we teach the community members is very relevant, and through this process we are helping to promote the 4 pillars of GNH and 9 domains of GNH. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you very much. I hope I could do justice to this panel, given the time that I had. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, the panelists, for taking us through the social codes and place-based laws. So far, we were on our first theme, the theme of understanding what development is and trying to shift mindsets. So as I look down, I can't really tell if you all are taking notes or texting your friends that the MC wouldn't stop talking or the sessions are going for too long. Either ways, I'll take it as audience engagement. Now, we are on to the theme number 2 for our 2-day conference. We have 2 themes and we are on to now to our second theme, which focuses on building tech ecosystem to empower communities at the grassroots level. And I wouldn't really delve much into it. I'll straight away invite Andrew Sheng. Okay, he'll lead a short 20-minute conversation with 3 panelists, I guess.
We're running out of time, so we're going to be very quick. I was going to give a 20-minute discussion, but I thought the earlier session gave the idea of deep listening, deep observation, and maybe deep practice. So the theme that ran around earlier this morning was all about elephants. So I'm going to invite 3 other elephants, including myself. Dr. Balu, please come. Harry Cockerell, and then Daniel Fung, who you have heard very, very wise discussions. Now, please, Harry, can you sit down? Harry has invested in nature, okay? Daniel's thought about these law and financing of nature, right, or gross national happiness. Balu has practiced the idea of bottom-up transformation of society. Now, I'm going to put the issue very simply, right? The problem of GDP, as I said, the concept is more is less. We really want to have everything, right? And in the end, we have less. We've consumed everything. Gross national happiness is less is more. We consume less so that we can grow our emotional and spiritual capital. But there's one factor in between, which is financial energy. Without financial energy, you cannot fund gross national happiness. Money makes the world go round, and it is both a good as well as an evil. How do we now think about funding is the issue that faces every nation today, okay? And that's the issue that now I want to pose to the other 3 elephants. Thank you very much. So let's start.
Thank you, Andrew. First, like Daniel, I'd like to thank Tansri very much for the opportunity of being here. And I'd like to thank the Tarayana Foundation and, of course, the Queen Mother. I think the way for me to kick this discussion off is to discuss or describe to you the journey that I went through in the island of Penang in Malaysia. In 2015, my wife and I opened an eco park on the top of Penang Hill, which is a great model, which was the model for the Peak in Hong Kong. But the basic for this development in Penang Hill in the early 1700s by the British was water security. There was also a defense issue, but primarily water security. Penang Hill is the same purpose. So as a result of the importance of water, Penang Hill was protected. So we opened up this eco park as philanthropy, but unfortunately at the time, the government, which was opposition government, was unable to accept the philanthropy, and they made it a for-profit project. We fast forward from 2015. In 2021, the project became a UNESCO Man in Biosphere. This in turn was a perfect example of a public-private partnership with the state government and My Family Foundation. Through this, Penang Hill has now become a top 3 things to do in Penang. And just to give you a little bit of background, Georgetown is the 2nd largest city in Malaysia. So we're talking about 1.5 million people. So a lot of the study that went into the park and the Man Biosphere was to understand the impact of urbanization on the environment. This in turn then turned into a moneymaker, so that this public-private partnership is profitable, the state government makes money, we as the Habitat Foundation continue our mission, which is education, the environment, and heritage. And a lot of discussion we've heard today and yesterday was around education. We realized very early on, how are we going to engage with the population, get them to come to Penang Hill, not for the view, not for the view of Georgetown, but rather the back view, which was a virgin primary rainforest. Okay? And we found out that what it was education. So we reached out to primary schools, we reached out to secondary schools, and we reached out to universities. And as a result, certainly in the primary schools and the secondary schools, the habitat, it's called the project is called the Habitat, is now part of their curriculum. This planted a seed over 10 years ago, and now we're reaping the benefit of it. We have kids who were visiting the park in 2015, 2016. They are now working for us. They're spreading their word throughout the community, not only in Penang, but throughout the states of Malaysia. This is a very successful public-private partnership.
I would like to start off with the popular quote of Einstein: you can't solve a problem from the same space from which you created it. I think the current economic order that we have created, we are all searching for solutions to the problems of the current economic order from the same space of thinking. An anecdote or an incident that happened to me in my life shifted my entire approach to this. You know, I lived with indigenous tribal communities, like them, with them for close to 30 years. And one day, in my early part of my life, there's a particular tribe called Jenu Kuruba, which means Jenu is honey in the local language. They lived off honey. Everything was honey for them. So the chieftain would go to, with his people to collect honey and come back. And one day I told him, can I come with you? I want to see how you take honey. And walked with them. Those days much lesser, but now we got to go deeper into the forest. And it's around a 40, 50 feet tall tree. And one of the tribals quickly climbed up the tree. Huge hive hanging up there. Puts his hand into the hive, removes the queen, puts it under the other arm. All the bees fly back to his arm. So the hive is hanging from his arm now. Then slices the hive at 1/3 the distance from the hive. It falls and people catch it at the towel. And I was walking back with them very disturbed. So finally I couldn't hold it. I asked Masti, the chieftain, how stupid can you be? You had a huge hive with tens of kilograms of honey and you only cut the bottom 1/3, little wax and little honey, but the rest of the honey was there. And what he told me was something extraordinary which shifted my entire thinking. He said, but the honey belongs to the bees. We are actually stealing it. And he said, I only took what I needed for my medicines and for my food. And that is when I started understanding that we are living in an economic order which looks at profit maximization. The economics I had learned meant you cannot let back anything out there, take every bit of it and it's all for you. Daniel in his previous conversation said how we don't, as Homo sapiens, have to keep looking at everything for ourselves. Now, the moral of the story was I suddenly realized benefit, and the tribal then put the queen back. So it was as though nothing had changed. So my thinking today is the new economic order should shift away from profit maximization to benefit optimization. That's the reality. Money is essential. It's a currency with which all of us live. You cannot run away from creating prosperity. But that prosperity can be created with a stakeholding attitude rather than a shareholding attitude. It can be collective ownership. It can be benefits, and we get the benefits appropriate to the value that we bring to the table. A consumer brings value to a table. Today we know most electronic products are built to die in 3 to 5 years, including our cell phones. Now that's not a benefit to the consumer. If in reality you talk of benefit to a consumer, you would want to build it forever. And as long as we don't think of everybody as equal shareholders in this, and the way we look at assets, the way we look at this. So 3 fundamental differences is what I look at. First, at the individual level, we can keep talking. One of the things I really liked in this conference is we didn't give books and pens, and we gave a cloth bag to people. Otherwise, every conference, it's so stupid that I attend so many conferences, every time you get these pens, these books, these files, and you don't know what to do with them, right? So the individual change. Many of us, I remember as a kid, we would change refills, or we would take the nib out and put ink into it and reuse it. Today, we just throw a pen away. So until we change individually, we change organizationally, and we change the systems around the individual and the organization, a new economic order is not going to emerge. We can keep talking till the cows come home, but I think it's going to be enormous hard work, long-drawn work, but it is a possible work. That's my conviction. So my belief is learn from what mistakes we made, and there are 3 fundamental drivers of the economy as I understand. Apart from the primary, secondary, tertiary, I'm talking of the state as a mover of economic growth with its policies, etc. The private sector, if you can call it the second sector, and we in the civil society organization traditionally called it the third sector. I think take the DNA, good DNA of all of these sectors, because public good is what public sector and civil society talks about. So if you want it to be sustainable, take the best DNA of all this and understand that public good cannot happen without marginal private gains. We cannot live in an utopian world where private gains is not going to happen. People have to make money, but make it for need and not for greed. And that shift is individual. If that can happen, I think the new economic order can emerge.
Thank you very much. Daniel, maybe you could summarize your lessons from the Bellagio, how they think about these financing of the future. Is that all right?
Indeed, of course. What Dr. Balu has said actually resonates with me very deeply. And I think I can offer at least a partial solution, not a whole solution, because I don't believe in silver bullets. There's no such thing. But what we identified at Bellagio, in fact, is something that I've personally worked on in Hong Kong as Vice Chair of the Financial Services Development Commission, is the development of family offices as a force for good. Now, family offices, you could say, have been around a long time. In fact, we are told, if you Wikipedia this expression, family offices, it goes right the way back to the Rockefeller family in the late 19th century. But the real impetus for family offices as a force for good only arose in the last 10 to 15 years. And why is that? The reason is because the founders of these dynasties who built wealth from nothing would understandably be oriented towards traditional finance, traditional methodologies for preservation of wealth. But when it comes to the second, and particularly the third generation, they have a very different perspective. They are not climate deniers. On the contrary, they are climate advocates. They see the destruction that rampant, uncontrolled capitalism, if you want to call it that, has wreaked destruction. And the price is not paid by the first generation, nor even the second generation. It's paid by third and future generations. So understandably, next gen is completely furious with people like us, and I sympathize. And the way the dynamic is developed is that family offices who are now run or influenced by second, third generations are very much into impact investment. There are today over 2,700 family offices in Hong Kong. There are over 2,000 family offices in Singapore. These are the two nodes of growth for family offices, but that's not the end of the story. I'm sure places like Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bangalore would develop family offices galore. And we see that all over the world, not just in the developed world, but also in the developing world. And the impact of family offices, which focuses on impact investment and moving the needle in terms of preserving this one spaceship we call planet Earth, and it's finite. And I, I for one, don't believe that we can actually uproot ourselves and relocate to Mars and save humanity that way. I don't think that is a realistic prospect. And how many people will be left behind? I suspect people like you and me will be left behind. Now, we have to make this work. And I think family offices will make a difference. That was the concrete conclusion at Bellagio. And that process will be built on in Jakarta in October this year for the annual plenary of Rockefeller Asia. And I would like to invite everyone in this room, if they have time and inclination, to join that conversation in Jakarta, 6th to 8th October.
Thank you. We've had some really deep insights and practical ideas from our three guests. I'm very mindful of the time. I hope you notice what I've been doing. I have been following their deep listening, deep observation, deep practice, but I am practicing deep extraction. I'm extracting from them the wisdoms that will help you to help yourself in the journey towards GNH. Now, the issue is very clear in my mind. Learning from the Bhutanese, I believe the millions, if not billions of people who have lived through injustices have a moral duty to extract from the 0.1% of the rich people of this world who want to migrate to Mars to contribute to our total gross national happiness. So on that note, I've saved a little bit of time because the next session is a very, very important one. Our colleagues, John Crawford and Kieran Skippen, have been thinking deeply about the issue of technology, and we are thinking very hard how to apply the modern technology to help our journey towards gross national happiness. On that note, I give it back to the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you all.
Of course, as per the schedule, we have Professor John and for the next session, but it's 1 p.m. So, and I guess most of participants here want to extract lunch as well, as much as extracting information. So we'll break for lunch, and then we'll have your session first thing after lunch, and then we'll take things from there on. We're supposed to have 1 hour lunch, but then it is 1:07 right now, but we'll resume at 2 p.m. Please don't be like yesterday. 2 p.m. we will begin. Don't let me announce time and again. Be a good participant and mindful participant. Otherwise, remember the very annoying iPhone alarm clock sound? I'll play that and then we won't stop the sound unless you all be seated. All right, please have a pleasant lunch, and 2 p.m. we're back for the afternoon session.